several badasses like I don't know, Franklin D. Roosevelt or Dwight D. Eisenhower. Like, you know,
To
I
scene,
don't know.
and the relatives of the dead or tortured person came, or the tortured person himself. In addition to this, Anderson reports that Shane never attended the trials.
So now I'm gonna do some MMO business since I'm in the town. I'm gonna RP the music for a little while because I'm stuck doing like town stuff. So I'm gonna do the town stuff and we'll listen to the RP music. Oh wait, isn't there a second category? Yeah. I've got a good staff. Maybe I should bring books with me. No, I'm broke. I'm like way broke. Well, I guess I could sell stuff. Maybe I should sell stuff. I'm completely broke. I better go back and I better sell stuff. Which is fine. I mean, I don't really care about this loot. Ooh, experience dinner. Let's go see what those sell for. I'll sell that. No experience dinner, huh? I'm gonna ask for $1 million. Oh no, it costs a lot of money to post it. Really? Oh. Oh, never mind. I guess not. Well. Total earning. Oh, yeah. Oh, I don't know. You know, I think about picks, but I'm broke. I may not be able to buy them anyways. Yeah, we'll just keep going for now. I don't think it matters much. I can always go farm and sell whatever I, like, get. I lost the road here. But I was, like, kind of cutting directly towards where I'm going. See if I can't get there faster. I'm beginning to think that the roads are nice if you have to AFK, but maybe if you want to do a direct line, it might be faster. I like the music in this game. They understand the pacing of MMO music. This should be the pacing of MMO music, because the game goes so fucking slow. There's somebody's house. Let's go look at that dude's house and just see what it looks like. Wait, I went past it. Odd. Like, maybe the guy put an altar down, but that's it? I don't know. I don't see anything. It's a hard time for me. I reaped what I done sowed or whatever. And I think the last of the dark things have happened now. And it's time to just have a good life. It's unfortunate. If anything changes back the way it used to be, I'll consider it a blessing. If it doesn't, it won't. We don't always get what we want. It's unfortunate. But I try not to wallow in the sadness. I'm like, it was a good run. Got more mature over the years. I used to rage out a lot more. And I don't see the use in it. I don't see the use in getting angry. Oh, there's some money. Ooh, and a pick. That's good. It's my fault, all of it. I didn't do anything bad, I don't think. I mean, I did some bad things, but I didn't do anything that I didn't account for and make right. I don't have anything, huh? No, I dumped in the town like I should have. Oh, it's a grindy game. Survival. Sometimes the grind gets to you. Oh, did we crash? Uh-oh. Oh, you did, I think. Yeah, you crashed, huh? Maybe it's a sign. It's funny. Uh... Um... Could do some once human, I suppose.
Or met with defendants himself as to not jeopardize the legal process.
Thank you, overzealous. I'd like to
intertwine
sub to the
personal
channel.
vendettas with justice.
I am low blood sugar, and I'm going to make a frozen fruit drink with protein. I'll be right back. Oh, yeah. Okay. Quite good.
He just went over the cases with his fellow judges and reached a verdict on the basis of evidence alone. Borrego also mentioned that Che took great care in selecting the judges and prosecutors, and that the rebels who were mistreated were not allowed to pass judgment on their former torturers. He went on to talk about how there were people and prosecutors who would superfluously ask for the death sentence, but they would be frequently moderated by Che and his colleagues. So yes, there were trials and executions during this period in Cuba, but according to John Lee Anderson, these trials were above board, if summary affairs, with defense lawyers, witnesses, prosecutors, and an attending public. But there was also a number of arbitrary executions. The most
That's what I would do if I had to kill like fellow Americans. I would hold a U.S. court, and I would be like, here's the two lawyers, here's the fucking barrister. The barrister's fair. They're gonna deliver a case, and here's the evidence. Here's what you did. Yeah. Here's the witnesses and all this, and these are the things you did. Here's the complaints the court has against you and all this stuff, and I would hold a court. Yeah.
Notorious incident occurred when...
I'm glad I learned about this, because I didn't remember this part of Che Guevara. They don't talk about this at school, about these execution things or any of that.
Soon after occupying Santiago,
they don't talk about this sort of stuff in school. It's fucking annoying.
Raul Castro directed a mass execution of more than 70 captured soldiers. Raul's reputation for ruthlessness was confirmed. Now, those with a keen eye might be able to pick up on the fact that Raul Castro is actually not Che Guevara. Those are different people. Anderson goes on to say there was little overt public oppositions to the workings of revolutionary justice. On the contrary, Batista's thugs had committed some sickening crimes, and the Cuban public was in a lynching mood. Che warned his judges to be scrupulous about weighing the evidence in each case so as not to give the revolution's enemies additional ammunition, but the trials had to continue if Cuba's revolution was to be secure. In a book by Paco Ignacio Taibo called Guevara, also known as Che, Taibo says this about the trials. Without a doubt, Che was in favor of the summary trials, but the tales woven by Cuban exiles, in which he was the butcher of La Cabana, presiding over most of the shootings in Havana, are flights of fantasy. Revolutionary tribunals number 1 and number 2 did sit at La Cabana, the first trying policemen and soldiers, the second, which did not pass death sentences, trying civilians. I really want to emphasize that. The tribunals tasked with dishing out civilian sentences did not condemn non-combatants to death.
Che sent many people, even the innocent, to their deaths.
Now, before you accuse me of using evil Marxist sources, Taibo's book was cited as a source on that Cuba archive entry on Guero that we covered earlier. I'm using the same sources used by a website dead set on framing Che as the devil. To add to this, in a forum with PBS, John Lee Anderson said, "I have yet to find a single credible source pointing to the case where Che executed an innocent. Those persons executed by Guevara or on his orders were condemned for the usual crimes punishable by death at times of war or in its aftermath: desertion, treason, or crimes such as rape, torture, or murder." I should add that my research spanned 5 years and included anti-Castro Cubans among the Cuban-American exile community in Miami and elsewhere. From what we can tell, Che was far from a careless murderer. He actually seemed to be very cognizant and fair. This is not to say that he was a perfect man who did everything right with no room for improvement. I'm not trying to glaze too close to the sun, but these were incredibly stressful and unique conditions, and the evidence supporting the claim that Che was a ruthless and bloodthirsty murderer is weak.
Weak? It's not there.
Was Che racist? Another claim that is often levied against Che is that he was a bigot. This is often used as a gotcha by conservatives who like to point out what they perceive to be the hypocrisy of left-leaning people celebrating a supposed bigot. It usually goes like this. "Hey, left-wing college kid, you claim to dislike racism and homophobia, but you wear a t-shirt with the image of a racist homophobe on it. I, on the other hand, don't dislike racism or homophobia. I'm quite fond of both, but despite that, I still don't wear a t-shirt with Che Guevara on it because he cared too much for the poor, and that grosses me out. Anyway, my pregnant wife is not gonna yell at herself. Gotta go." In all seriousness, there are some accusations of bigotry that can be fairly levied at Che, so let's take a closer look. Starting with the accusation that he was a racist. There are many fake quotes that are wrongfully attributed to Che in the attempt to paint him as a racist. One of which goes, we're going to do for black people exactly what they did for the revolution, by which I mean nothing. This quote, while damning and definitely racist, can't be definitively traced back to Guevara. It's circulated heavily by Cuban-American conservatives like Humberto Fontava, holy fuck, I killed that pronunciation, I think, who regularly spews outright falsehoods like Che helped to herd gay people into forced labor camps, which we will debunk later in this video. And Fontava is the source of this banger of a quote. The lily-white Che Guevara and Fidel Castro overthrew the mixed-raced Batista. Is bro trying to imply that Batista's mass murder campaigns were okay because he was mixed race? What kind of identity politics bullshit is this? I refer you back to the CIA document about Batista's brutality. Also, I have a hard time believing that Fontava gives any semblance of a fuck about racism, considering he collaborated with Bill O'Reilly, who made a litany of unsavory comments regarding race. Fontava also authored a book about Che, and it's genuinely insane. It's just a really bitter, incoherent polemic that author Rolf Potts referred to as slightly schizophrenic. The Fox article from which I pulled these Fontava quotes also can't make up its mind on whether or not Che was a racist. Right here it says, many of the people Che was sending to the firing squad were members of Batista's army, and these disproportionately tended to be black and mixed race. Batista himself was mixed race. And then literally 3 lines later it says, Guevara also at times, however, called for more black people to be represented in institutions and had black fighters under his command. What are we doing here, guys? However, there is a genuinely racist quote that was written by Che, and it is worth talking about. Remember how I mentioned that Che was born in a well-off white family in Argentina and had a sheltered and privileged upbringing? Well, this upbringing came with blind spots. When he was a young man in his early 20s traveling around South America on his motorbike, he kept a personal diary, which is now a famous book called The Motorcycle Diaries. In this book, he wrote a horrific and inexcusably racist passage about black people. It goes like this. The blacks, those magnificent examples of the African race who...
Wow. I don't want to read this. We're just going to skip over it.
Oh, we need to understand that this was written by a spoiled rich kid who had been largely sheltered from any form of intersectional analysis and was extremely racially insensitive. This is a quote from the beginning of his journey, and if you actually read the book, you can see
by the end of it, he was not like that.
Young 24-year-old grow into a very different man. He met with many indigenous people during his journey and noted how much better he would...
I used to call women bitches. You know what I'm saying? For a long time, like 10 years or something, straight call them bitches. You know?
Is treated as a white man compared to them. At the end of his journey, he notes that he is no longer the person he was when he embarked on this trip. Quote, the person who wrote these notes passed away the moment his feet touched Argentine soil again. The person who reorganizes and polishes them, me, is no longer. At least, I am not the person I once was. All this wandering around our great America with a capital A has changed me more than I thought. Clearly a story of growth and self-improvement, yet people like Marco Rubio feel the need to embellish and push a narrative that just isn't true. No, Marco Rubio, Che Guevara did not write extensively about the superiority of white Europeans. In fact, Che's efforts to remedy his disgraceful writings are impressive. In a 1959 letter to William Morris in Miami, Florida, Che Guevara writes, esteemed sir, I received your letter to pass on to our commander-in-chief, which I have done, but I would like to say that if any vestiges of racial discrimination remain in this country, our revolution will put a complete end to them. You can be absolutely sure that within a few years, any difference between white and black will be solely a question of skin color, as it should be. It's important to note that the US in 1959 was racist as hell. The Civil Rights Bill had not even passed yet, and the president who ended up passing it, LBJ, referred to it as the N-word bill, but
wow,
that's a different story. Che was also loudly against apartheid in South Africa, and he even gave a now famous speech on this topic at the UN, where he said, once again we speak out to put the world on guard against what is happening in South Africa. The brutal policy of apartheid is applied before the eyes of the nations of the world. The peoples of Africa are compelled to endure the fact that on the African continent, the superiority...
So Che was a racist when he was young, yeah.
...of one race over another remains official policy, and that in the...
But that's it.
name of this racial superiority, murder is committed with impunity.
But by the end of his life, he was like he was like a UN speaker about equality.
United Nations do nothing to stop this. He then, in the same speech, went on to detail the crisis inflicted upon the people of Congo and the role of imperialism in the appropriation of their land and resources. He actually cared so much about Congo that he left his post in Cuba, relinquished his Cuban citizenship and all creature comforts that came with it, so he could personally go to the DRC and try to spur revolution. This is not just some guy who overthrew a dictator and then bathed in the glory and lived a comfortable hedonistic life. For a guy who supposedly wrote extensively about the superiority of white people, as Marco Rubio claims, everything he wrote and did as an adult seems to directly contradict that claim.
Yeah.
Was Che homophobic? Similarly to his distasteful comments in regards to race, a young Che Guevara could also be quoted making a definitely homophobic remark about a gay person. He referred to a man as a pervert and then followed up the quote by saying, apart from being a homosexual, he had been very nice to us. Yeah, really bad, indefensible, and just like his racist remarks that we touched on earlier, he said this as a young, sheltered, rich kid in the 1950s, and then he grew up. But see, if the conversation started and ended there, I would have no problem conceding the point that Che had said some homophobic shit. He is, after all, just a man, but that's not what his detractors do. They go on to say that he rounded up gay people and forced them into concentration camps after the Cuban Revolution. Some dishonest actors go as far as to claim that he murdered people for being gay.
Che Guevara executed gays, right? This is a guy, when you wear a Che Guevara shirt, you're wearing a Hitler who is less successful in being charismatic and duping people.
Now, this is just blatantly untrue. There is no verifiable record of Che killing people for their sexuality. What is often being referred to when people make this point is the UMAP system in Cuba. The UMAPs were military units to aid production, and people who opted out of military service had to serve their country in a different way, and they were sent to these forced labor camps. At the time, gay people were not allowed to serve in the Cuban military, the same way they weren't allowed to serve in any other country's military, and they were subjected to forced labor in these Cuban camps. It is worth noting that draft dodgers in the US were sent to prison, where the 13th Amendment turned them into literal slaves. But that's another story. Yes, the UMAPs were despicable and unjustifiable. No, just because the Americans did similar shit does not make it okay. There are also reports of gay people being mistreated and abused in these camps. It undoubtedly was really inexcusably bad, considering Fidel Castro felt the need to issue an apology for this dark period in Cuban history, saying, if anyone is responsible, it's me. The dreaded UMAP system ran from November 1965 to July of 1968. 3 years too long, if you ask me. But again, this video is not about the Cuban state. It's about Che Guevara. So, what was he doing during this time? Oh yeah, he was in Congo. In April of 1965, Che relinquished his Cuban citizenship and left the country to spread revolution abroad. He left Cuba 3 months before the UMAPs were established. In a farewell letter to Fidel, written by Che on April 1st, 1965, he says, I formally resign my positions in the leadership of the party, my post as minister, my rank of commander, and my Cuban citizenship. Nothing legally binds me to Cuba. The only ties are of another nature, those that cannot be broken, as can appointments to posts. Che died 2 years after writing this in 1967, and the UMAPs ended in 1968. During their runtime, Che was in Congo, and then Bolivia, and then he was killed. He had nothing to do with them. Now, could Che have done more to stick up for LGBT rights in Cuba, especially during a period of machismo and ignorance towards gay people?
No, it wasn't okay to be a gay in, I think, any country in the world until 1981? Maybe later, 94? Maybe 94.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not saying that they were saying it wasn't okay. I'm saying that you, if you were a gay person, you would face homophobia in your lifetime in every country up until like 1994 or something like that. What comes to mind is what comes to mind is Matthew Shepard. Up until even in America, up until Matthew Shepard, right? I remember this happened when I was like, in MTV made a really big deal about this. Yep. In 1998, Matthew Shepard was killed for being gay in Laramie, Wyoming. And I'm not going to say what they did, but you know, this happened up in 94. Up until 94, it wasn't really okay to be a gay in any country, really. And you know, you might have found a community and be left alone, like Miami or something like that. But like overall, you know, homophobia still exists like in every country in the world. You know, that's how I look at it. Like you know, I don't know. Like now, for a 1970s leader like Che Guevara, even for the Revolutionary Front, to even speak on homosexuality would have been such a fucking powder keg for all of the Christian people around him. And you've got to remember, we're talking about like South America and Cuba here, predominantly Latino, predominantly Christian communities, still to this day. Now, are they all of that? No. And yeah, it's okay to be gay in Brazil, I imagine. You know, it probably is. But like, yeah, like these battles that we're talking about, like to look into the past and expect Che Guevara to speak to Cuba or South America about homosexuality in 1958, that's a long reach. Back then, or whatever it was, 62, whatever it was, 67 was it? I think it was like 60, 65, 60, 65, somewhere around there. It was probably okay to do that in like Haight-Ashbury. It probably, but I don't know about Cuba. And so to expect him to push some sort of leftist ideal from today in that climate with that kind of religious fervor in that era, I mean, it was possible, I imagine, but I don't think it's likely. Not a military leader, whether they're revolutionary or not. That's probably not the things that they worry about, you know?
And that would have been cool.
They're worried about corruption and spies and some general going nuts and nuclear war and bombs and history and peace and learning and stuff. Sure, homosexuality probably comes up once in a while, but for them to focus on it in 1967 seems like that. Yeah, he was killed in 67. So what are we talking about here? We're talking like 1964. You're expecting him to be a crusader for gay people? I don't think so. I don't even think we had the civil rights movement totally by then. You know what I'm saying? In America, I don't think so.
But again, this was the 1960s. That doesn't make it right. Homophobia was never right,
but it was there. It was just there, you know.
Single homophobic passage written.
It sucks. It was just there. It was there.
He was in his early 20s.
All the way up until 94. I remember the Matthew Shepard thing because I think of that as the death knell of real overt homophobia in at least America. You know, it really was. It was like the death of it. We had some more of it, but it really wasn't like it was up until then. You would still hear these horrible stories up until like the 90s about terrible things that people would do to gay people. But like, I believe the death knell kind of was Matthew Shepard when MTV united hands across America or whatever and brought Matthew Shepard up like it was a fucking like a war, like a fucking like a, you know, like a war, like a two-handed war axe or something, and they just hit the public with it. They were like, this is unacceptable. This cannot be the norm. And every liberal in the entire world raised their hackles, and they were like, no, we can't let them just kill gay people. No.
He was 24. Che was not this.
And so I pull up the name because I was alive back then, and I remember the news fervor. It was almost to the O.J. Simpson kind of fervor there for a bit, and those boys that did that, they got life in jail, as I remember. Or maybe they got the chair. I don't know. We could look at the case, but it's not really appropriate subject matter. It's appropriate subject matter, but what happened is not appropriate subject matter.
Homophobe who rounded up gay people.
I don't want to talk about what happened to them, and I don't want to talk about what happened to him. It's just negativity all around.
And threw them
You know,
into
it's good. It's good they were punished, but I mean, I like,
camps or killed them. That just isn't true.
but what they did to Matthew Shepard is about the darkest thing that I think I ever heard come out of the news. And that was a different time. There was a movie that was making the rounds that was doing really well called The Time to Kill, with Samuel L. Jackson, about this guy who kills this white man who rapes his daughter. And the whole court case is about, was this a hate crime? Or was it just a man trying to kill the guy who raped his daughter? And I remember that, like, for a while there, America felt like a fucking powder keg, like it does now. There wasn't as, I mean, there's worse things happening now with school shootings and stuff like that. But there's not the powder keg feeling that the racism and the homophobia came to in like 95 or something like that.
In summary, in his youth, Che wrote racist and...
But back then, the media was like still had like a soul and wasn't wasn't a puppet for, I don't know, interests. So back then, the whole media could agree that something like this was really, really, really terrible. But even now, I don't really see the difference between what Luigi did to the fucking to the HMO executive and what those people did to Matthew Shepard. To me, it's still murder. And as fucked up as what they did to Matthew Shepard is towards terrible fascism and homophobia and hate, and as, revolutionary and try to wake up America thing as Luigi's is, I think they still boil out the worst homophobic slangs in mankind's history. They still equal out to the left killing an HMO executive. It's still the same deplorable shit. It doesn't really change what the circumstances don't really change how heinous the crime is. That's what a good district attorney would say. I think verbatim that's what they would say. That's what I think I would like to say too. Is killing is still heinous even if you're doing it for your government, even if you're doing because they're spying, even if they raped your daughter. It's fucked up, but killing and stuff, it's really not the answer, I don't think. And I don't mean to make some leftist stand about fucking, the capital punishment. I'm talking about the weight of somebody's life. It's not the right thing. And I don't know, where to meet. I don't know where to meet with that. And one of the ways that I suss this out and I weigh this out is I'm like, well, the most deplorable violence on the left and the right, they still equal out to me. It's still murder. It's still fucking horrible.
Homophobic things. We know he grew out of his racism as his late...
Honestly, I've never met a dumb teenager who didn't engage in some of this stupid shit as they figured out who they were, didn't know what the words meant, were ignorant, had never heard the word before, or anything like that. I remember there was a particular word that starts with M that meant mixed race, that was a common term that I used to hear when I was like, I can't say it on the stream, but like, but like back then, there was a particularly heinous racist word that you would still hear in the public, like that started with M, to describe people who were mixed race is the polite phrase for it in modern culture, between African American and Caucasian. And you would literally hear this word sometimes when people would describe a race, even when I was like a young kid. And then that stopped. And I think that's good. I think it's good that it stopped. The discrimination is not helpful. And I don't expect a 1960s leader like Che Guevara to be that uh, forward thinking. But I do now. I expect a 2020s leader to be that forward thinking, to be inclusive of everybody. You know?
Later action showed.
But here we are, 60 years later. I think in that time we did some learning.
We can't say for certain whether or not he grew out of his homophobia, but we could infer that as he matured and became a Marxist,
he rid himself of these bigoted ideas, yeah.
He rid himself of these bigoted ideas and focused
They're
on...
just humans. We all bleed. We all shit the same color, red and brown, you know? We all bleed. We all shit the same color. We're all the same fucking thing. We're made from the same blood. We're made from the same organs. We're made from the same bones. We're made from the same thing. Just because there's a difference in a fucking color of skin or I don't know, like how much money or sexual orientation. Those aren't reasons to discriminate anymore.
On solidarity.
It doesn't happen as much as it used to. Yeah. I like to try and be positive about it. I don't think it happens as much as it used to. Not at all. You know. I don't think so. No. I think a lot of these things have kind of gone the way of the dodo in the respect that we still have a bunch of terrible racist killing in the world and genocides and stuff. But are you likely to see it in polite culture? I don't think so. Will you see it in like downtown Tokyo or New York? Or Santa Monica, or like Seattle? You might see some hints of it. You might see some outliers, yeah. But overall, no. I think in most polite like metro societies, I don't think like metropolitan cities, I don't think these bigotries are acceptable any longer. And I think in a way, people like Che, just for sticking out and being against the grain, definitely enabled the world to be a better place. And I will go to I will die on that hill. I think questioning things, being a skeptic is a healthy exercise that mankind must engage in.
There are no actions or writings from his adult life that suggest that he was a horrific homophobe.
No.
But without new evidence,
what can we say?
It's not uncommon to meet people who hate Che and the Cuban government for anecdotal reasons. I have people close to me who lived in Cuba under Fidel, and they really loved him. But that's why we don't use anecdotes and we stick to empiricism. History is not made up of great, infallible people. It's made up of people reacting
to
was
a badass.
Material realities. There's no such thing as a perfect person, but I agree with Jean-Paul Sartre when he said that.
I don't follow Che, and I don't think of Che's teachings as mine. I think the closest that we come is we were skeptics. I think skeptics of all of it. That's about as close as we come.
Che Guevara was the most complete human being of our age.
Yeah. It's funny that Sartre said that, yeah. Thank God I'm not famous like him. And thank God the chat is off. And thank God the views are low. And thank God there's not some fucking fervor or some fucking thing. You know, I think some people probably looked at him like he was their personal Jesus and stuff like this. And I just say, nope, you couldn't pay me. You couldn't pay me to take that kind of interest or... to, you just couldn't pay me. You couldn't pay me to take this kind of world interest and be in the world's eye and be like a puppet in the fucking Cuban Missile Crisis. You couldn't pay me to do that. They can't make me. They'd have to drag me out there at fucking gunpoint or threaten my family or the people that I love. There's no way you could fucking force me, I don't ever have to listen to them. I don't ever have to hold court with them. I don't ever have to kill for them or pass judgment for them or build a fucking a fucking impromptu court or whatever. I don't have to do any of that. It was good. It was real good. I'm glad that I looked at the Hassan video. I'm not doing an hour breakdown. I don't know how long this took, but it was a while. Atmospheric river brings mudslides.
Areas already devastated by last month's
This one's
California
visual, so we'll
wildfires
watch it, you know.
are now dealing with an atmospheric river. The weather system is battering the West Coast with heavy wind.
Yeah, I have it like in terms of snow. We got bad snow.
Rain and snow. The National Weather Service is also
we still have snow on the ground.
issued flash flood and mudslide warnings for several
That's
parts
weird because where we live, there isn't usually snow.
of Southern California. CBS News correspondent Carter Evans has more.
Yeah, all the way up to Victoria, we got snow. BC, we got snow.
Behind me is Duke's, a very popular restaurant.
I'm West Coast bitch now. I'm West Coast. I'm West Coast till the death of me. I'm not leaving this place again, I don't think. I've got to call my aunt and tell her. I'm like, I don't think I ever want to leave this place. I'm scared I won't ever come back. I don't know. I I think something bad will happen if I ever leave this place. It's fucking fucked up. I can't do anything.
Restaurant here in Malibu. They've been here for 29 years and survived 2 fires in the span of about a month, but the mudslide got them on Thursday night. You can see it's all filled with mud, and they tell me it's all inside the restaurant as well. All of this debris is going to take them months to clean up, and they were just getting ready.
Happy Valentine's Day, guys. It's starting to get towards the end here, huh? Yeah, happy Valentine's Day, guys. One thing that I do believe in above all else is love. And my love doesn't change. You understand? It doesn't change. It doesn't go anywhere. My love is my love. It's not changing. It's not dead. It doesn't go anywhere. It's so yeah, like my love is my love, and I like Valentine's Day. Happy Valentine's Day. I love you guys. Thank you for supporting me on Valentine's Day. Happy Love Day. And I hope that you guys have found love in your life the way that I have in mine. I did not struggle with love like almost my whole life. I'm still not really doing it. I'm not struggling with love. I never have my whole life, and I'm doing fine. It is what it is. Love is the greatest driving force in mankind's history. It is the end all be all. It is the way that we must look at our fellow man. It is the fire that we must hold in our hearts. And I think you guys think that I'm some fucking living joke, but no, I mean these things. I don't care if I sound crazy. I don't. Whatever.
Fires. It is a big cleanup job.
Love is the end all be all. Love is the word. Love is your friend. Love will bring you back. It'll put an end to the fascism. It'll stop the killing. It'll solve the problems. It'll build the construction. It'll shape the land. It'll move mountains. It's the strongest force in the world. It's the strongest force in the universe. And without it, I would be dead. Even in times when I don't have it, when I'm alone, it doesn't matter. It's still in my heart. For everything, everyone, doesn't matter what it is. I might not like a person. It doesn't mean that I don't love them.
As you can see, we've got street cleaners coming through here right now. This is the famous Pacific Coast Highway, and there is a lot of digging out.
Well, I was so serial, right? I was like serious about it. I was like serious. I was like, love thy brother. Move on. Don't fight with them. Don't fuck with them. Don't fucking kill them. Love thy brother. Turn the other cheek. Whatever the fuck it is. I still have love in my heart for everybody. It doesn't change. Just because I don't choose to say it doesn't mean that it isn't true.
To do here, you can still see very large puddles of water. They've got it closed off to the public right now, and it's going to be a while before they get rid of all this mud and are able to open it back up to the public.
Yeah, that's how my house is with this kind of magnitude of storm. We got like 7 inches of snow on the fucking ground, and out here it's so fucking damp and it's so fucking wet, and it's dry when it snows because it's cold, but it still is a very wet area not very far from the ocean. So like it's much longer for this snow to go away. It takes like fucking 10, 14 days. It might only snow for like 8 hours or something. Then it takes like 2 weeks for the snow to go away. And it's like that most of the rest of the world too, but it's annoying here because it's a wet, damp snow that makes it very muddy and hard to do anything.
No, it's a sunny day right now, and
Yeah, right.
the weather looks good.
Yeah, it was beautiful here. It was beautiful here, yesterday?
There are still concerns and still.
But it was still like there was like a ton of snow on the ground. I still can't walk without getting like mired up in the fields because I walk through the field to get where I normally do my walking and stuff, and for like 3 weeks now it's been too muddy to walk through that fucking field. It's so annoying, and I can't break the law because the neighbors will snitch on me. I'm not looking to get some bad reputation with my fucking neighbors because they're my neighbors. So I'm just just trying to be a responsible human being here. Is fucking annoying.
Threats out here. I mean, take a look.
Later on in life, I'll just take a motorcycle to wherever it is I want to walk, right out my front door. Yeah, when I'm like older, when I'm like 50, I'll just get on a motorcycle, go out my front door, and I'll just go out a fucking motorcycle whenever the fuck I want to go do something. I've had somewhat of a restrictive family. It's fucking annoying. It's not in this way that I resent. Oh well, yeah, I do resent it, but it's just like, my family, one of their things was like they were like, yeah, you've been in a moped accident, so don't buy a motorcycle. And I was like, well, your logic defeats me, but it's still suppressive. It's my life. The moment that you pass, I'm gonna buy a motorcycle. Like I mean, come on.
This hillside, it is bare.
I love motorcycles.
There's no vegetation holding the dirt together right now, so it's saturated with water.
Yeah, like it's just so wet that it doesn't go anywhere. It doesn't do anything.
Could slide at any time in the next couple of weeks or even months.
Not too good. Yeah. So okay. Thank you, CBS News. I'd like to sub to your channel.
We are very fortunate to be joined this morning by Andrew Callahan of Channel 5, who is out with a new documentary called Dear Kelly. Great to have you, Andrew. Welcome. Yeah,
I watched Dear Kelly last night. Which is why I'm watching this. Dear Kelly was so fucking good. It was so good. It was not like, more than a documentary. It was just a documentary. But it was a really, really nice slice of life in this dude's life. And at the end, he didn't learn anything. He went back to the right, and he went back to the marches, and he went back to being crazy, and he's stopping their dad. He learned at least something about he learned something about how bad his right-wing rabbit hole was for his family. And he learned something about how one man is not really responsible for what happened. Actually, he himself was responsible. He took out a bunch of loans, and the banks not just this dude he was mad at, but all these banks defaulted on him too. So he blamed all of his problems on this rich fat cat, real estate developer, whatever. And the developer, sure, he's an asshole. He foreclosed on the house when he shouldn't have, but he didn't cause all these problems that Kelly said that he did. What's his name? Bill Joyner? Yeah, Bill Joyner. And so I watched Dear Kelly last night. Fucking really good. And the ending surprised me. I thought that the family was good. They have this intervention, and they tell the father that all the stuff that he does is driving them away from their lives and all this. And so no, what happened is the right wing found out that they were trying to intervention him, and they gave him a talk show. So Kelly now has the Kelly guy, I can't remember his last name. He's got a conservative podcast now because the right-wing party didn't want him to stop. And it's crazy because when his family's in the room having the intervention with him, there's like 8 of them there. There's his 2 daughters and his son, his ex-wife, Andrew Callahan, a licensed psychiatrist, and the film crew, And I think that's it. Yeah, there was like 13 people or something like this, and they staged this intervention where they were like, where our dad used to be is this ball of hate who wants to kill this crazy fucking real estate developer that he's never met, even though our dad took out a bunch of loans in the 90s right before the fucking bank crash, and then the bank crash happened and he lost his house. He shouldn't have taken out as many loans as he did because he lived a very lavish lifestyle. And so they staged this intervention, and the dad gets it for a few days. But then, and I'm gonna ruin the end. I'm gonna ruin the ending for you guys because it's actually kind of a right wing. It's like a right wing documentary, sort of, because the right wing party finds out that they staged this intervention. So then they come and they offer him a podcast. They offer the dad a podcast. And so the ending of the movie, it's this Oscar Wilde ending, because you think that the whole thing is leading up to saving Kelly, because there's like his whole family. It's his whole family, and his son is a right-winger too. Even the right-wing son is still there. Like the right-wing son hangs out with these right-wing rappers and stuff, and the right-wing son is even there being like, Dad, you have to stop doing this QAnon stuff. Even the right-wing son's there like crying and being like, Dad, you got to come back to our family. You've gone crazy with this stupid ass like Reddit fucking crazy Bill Joyner shit. And even his right-wing son is like, you have to come back to the family now, Dad. You have to come back. And they read from these tablets or these cell phones all these things that they've been thinking about for months and months and months, and it's like this crazy intervention. And then within 10 days, the dad's a fucking right-wing commentator on a podcast suddenly, and he's back at Jordan Peterson concerts or whatever you want to call it, get-togethers or rallies or whatever, and the parents and the daughter especially goes to a Jordan Peterson fucking like recital or whatever you want to call whatever it is those idiots do, public speaking, I guess. I call it brainwashing or whatever, but his lesbian daughter goes and yells at him in the middle of the fucking Jordan Peterson thing. It's just insane. Or whoever it was some right-wing speaker. I don't know who it was. And it's just heartbreaking. The daughter is like, you have relapsed and you have come back to the right-wing rally. You've gone back to your QAnon like rabbit hole, and you promised us you wouldn't do this in the intervention. You promised me you would focus on the family. You have 3 kids and an ex-wife, and we're all about 20, and we need your support, and there's stuff going on, and the government is ending and all this stuff, and you're back here again doing your crazy right-wing piece of shit black rabbit hole.
Thanks so much for having me on. I'm a big fan.
Yeah, and then so this is why we do Andrew Callahan today, because everybody probably watched Dear Kelly, and and a bunch of people did watch Dear Kelly. It's kind of interesting.
And a breaking points. I appreciate you guys for the platform.
Yeah, on the thing I watched last night, he was saying that they sold on the first day, he was renting it for $5 or selling it for $15, and like 135,000 people bought a copy at $15. And he did really well. And so he's going to be a phenomenon with the media here for a little bit, because the last time anybody's managed to do something like this was Michael Moore. And we love it. I wouldn't particularly call, I would call him middle of the road. He's not this leftist. Honestly, he did more for the right with Dear Kelly than he did for the left. We did not win in Dear Kelly. We lost in Dear Kelly. In the end, the dad gets brainwashed back by the piece of shit propaganda machine, the QAnon, Reddit, right-wing Trumper, pro-Trumper, they're all baby killers, like just weird, sick, fucking right, sycophantic right, fucking MAGA America. And it's just crazy. I wouldn't say that Dear Kelly was particularly a leftist movie at the end. I think both sides can watch it, but in the end, the right wing wins the movie. It's actually quite funny. It's a good movie to watch because it has this twist ending. The whole way you can see that it's a disaster, and that he's lost his family and his house and his cars and his business and his lawyer, his firm, and his staff. He had a staff of 20 many people and all this, and he was like rich, and he had a house in fucking Laguna Beach or whatever it was, or maybe it was Verona. I think it was Verona Beach, which is even more expensive. And he had a house in Verona Beach and all this, and this rich family and all this, and he lost all of it the minute that he went down that QAnon rabbit hole. And so Andrew was just there at the end being like, the first time I ever met you, right at the end of Dear Kelly, in the intervention, it makes me cry. He's like, the first time I ever met you, you have 4 flags in one hand, all of them crazy, and you were getting your ass beat by super by liberal super soldiers. And he was like, yes. And he was like, I don't think this is what your family wants for you. And his family's sitting there in the intervention, and they're like, no. And the man went right the fuck back to it. You can see the right wing, like whatever you want to call it, that woke thing. I haven't even used the word woke very much in the last couple of months or whatever. I don't talk about woke very much. But that woke thing, that weird QAnon woke thing, the DEI stuff, the Trumper anti-abortion thing, I don't know what it is, that weird right-wing mind virus or whatever you want to call it. It absorbs people's lives. It breaks their careers. It breaks up their families. And the proof is there. The documentary is part of it. And he's not the only one.
It's early morning. Thank
I have some experience with this.
you also. Thank you for having me on.
I have tried to, I have published my stepfather, who is a deep QAnon, you know, I would say his big hero was, oh God, what's his name? Oh, he's the conscientious doubter. I can't think of his fucking name, but yeah. Oh, what's his name? But, my stepfather is not ultra right wing, but he is conservative, and he is old style, I would say, Republican, and he is very, very deep in the conspiracy theory scene. And my mother is an ex CEO of a digital telecom company who is sort of centrist, Demsoc, Democrat socialist, who is a liberal, who is a Democrat. And they live in the same house for some reason. I love that they do, but I mean, they live in the same house for some reason. And so I myself have a Dear Kelly sort of situation where my mother and I are trying to live a normal, non-fear is the mind killer sort of mindset. Like, quite literally today, my mother yelled at me quite vehemently because we had a heated argument about the fact that Trump is going after Social Security and Medicare and Medicaid and wants to knock it to 50%. And so I built a battle plan with her last night about that, about what we do if suddenly my disability ends and her Social Security ends. And I mean, both her and my stepfather, okay, so I was a taxi driver and an Uber driver all of my life for 17 years until from the age of, I don't know, 26, I think, until I was like 40 or something. That's not that long. Yeah, 23, I think it was. Yeah, that's not that long. And some of those years I didn't work, and some of those years I was a drug addict, and some of those years I played WoW and I borrowed money, and a couple of those years I did crazy things like go to California with my band or ride across the country or that kind of thing, and go to Hawaii or Illinois. But I always worked, and I've always had a job as a cashier or a taxi driver. And I think there's this image that I don't do anything, but no, I am on disability, particularly because I paid taxes all of my life. You understand? I have filled out like 26 tax returns or something like that. So since I was fucking 14 years old, I've been filling out tax returns. I've been a hardworking American all of my life. Now, some of those years I was a drug addict and didn't work, yeah, but I mean, most of my life I worked. Now, my stepfather, he was a technician at Boeing, and he was a Army photographer, and he went to both Vietnam and Afghanistan. And he does something else too, but I don't. Well, he mentioned this on stream, so I believe I can say this. He is also an angel healer. And if you don't know what that is, I'm just going to leave it there, because I don't knock what he does, and I don't doubt what he does, because many hundreds of people use him. He is an angel healer with many, many hundreds of clientele, so I don't knock what he does. What he's doing is very serious. But I am an agnostic, and I am not inclined to believe that angels are real. So we don't talk about this very much, but I don't doubt him. I don't doubt him when he speaks of it. And whatever, that's his business, not mine. And so like everybody else's business is their business and not mine. Just like my business is like my business of doing drugs isn't their business. Everybody's business is their business. What they do in the privacy of their own home is their business, be it gay sex or drugs or being an angel healer or whatever. It's not my fucking business. It doesn't matter what it is. So now, I live in a Dear Kelly situation where I have my leftist mother who's worried about the Democrats not doing anything after Kamala. I have a stepfather who hates both sides of the government and probably identifies as a libertarian or some such. I have no idea. And I don't want to label him. And they constantly bicker about what's going on in the government, and so do I. And now, having lived a Dear Kelly situation where my mother believes that my stepfather's interest in deep state conspiracy theories has sort of taken over his life. And while it has become a greater interest like it did for Kelly, I would not say it has brought him to his knees the way that it did Kelly. And so now we watch a video about now we watch the breakdown, an unfiltered breakdown of what Andrew has to say about Dear Kelly, and I hope that he's honest.
Well, thank you for waking up for us. We appreciate that. We are likewise big fans.
Yeah, I don't do just like this man. I don't do conformative sleep. I think conformative sleep is for normies and muggles.
Let me give people.
Yep, they strike me as muggles. I'm terribly sorry. This is not a muggle.
A little bit, a taste of the trailer here, and then on the other side you can tell them the
conformative sleep is for muggles. I'm terribly sorry, but it is. Like, autistic people got a lot of sleep issues usually, I gotta say.
Story of what inspired you to follow this one individual. Let's take a look.
Dear Kelly,
why did the framework created by QAnon and Trump propaganda cause an innumerable amount of people to jump headfirst down the rabbit hole, endangering their safety, lives, and freedom? I thought I had it figured out. I pointed fingers at the fear.
He dreads his hair sometimes so he doesn't look like Andrew Callahan, which I think is brilliant. I would do that too.
During 24 hours.
I would do that too. If you don't want to be famous, if you don't want to be like mobbed in the public and stuff, like Mr. Beast or whatever, just wear some dreads. That'll make you look like never mind.
News cycle.
There's nothing fake about CNN.
And in radio hosts who sell supplements.
You can spot Andrew Callahan a mile away, unless he's got dreads. The minute that he's got dreads, he just looks like some white guy. It's actually kind of funny, and I think
T-shirts to paranoid libertarians. But deep down,
paranoid libertarians.
I didn't really know. That was until I met a man named Kelly J. Patriot at a White Lives Matter rally
Kelly
in
J.
Huntington Beach,
Patriot.
California, and asked him one question. What's the most painful piece of truth that's hurt you?
Guy stealing my home. His name's Bill Joyner. Financial.
Now, he's right about Bill Joyner stealing his home. But the difference is he borrowed a bunch of money from Bill Joyner and then didn't pay him back. So Bill Joyner stole his home. He borrowed on a mortgage. Now, in America, we have predatory banking because of Bill Clinton and the repeal of the Glass-Steagall Act. And these banks are allowed to sell whatever, put a lien on your house or whatever while they give you a loan. And then when you don't pay them back because you cheat on your wife, or you get drunk, or you lose a child or something or whatever, and you get a little depressed and you don't work for 2 or 3 years and you lose all your money, and then Bill Joyner shows up and is like, well, but you borrowed $100,000 from me. The interest on it was 30%. It's been 7 to 10 years and you only paid 10% of it. Now I want $500,000. If you don't pay me the $500,000, I take your house. That's what predatory banking is. Is this Bill Joyner's fault? Yes. Yes, this is Bill Joyner's fault. Yeah, yes, he is complicit in this American crime that should have been illegal by 2010, but is still legal, you know? But is Bill Joyner evil or against the law? Bill Joyner provided a service, which is, and I can't believe I'm defending Bill Joyner, but I mean, that's what Andrew Callahan did, which is one of the things that makes me think that Dear Kelly is almost more right-wing than it is left-wing. Andrew Callahan did what Jay Guevara would do, which is defend the banker who did give Kelly $100,000, right? So then, yeah, the $100,000 loan, it balloons because it's got 26% interest or something like that. It just balloons after after 4 years, it's already the whole $100,000. After 8 years, it's another $100,000. By 10 or 12, it's already higher because you haven't paid. The interest just keeps going up if you don't pay. Then you're looking at like $670,000. And just like the documentary showed, 6 pigs who Bill Joyner, he's got help from his best friend, the pigs. And so he comes down with 6 fucking local sheriffs and 6 cops. And they're like, get the fudge out of your house. This is Bill Joyner's property now. And while I don't like Bill Joyner, and I don't like the predatory bank Bill Joyner rolls with, and I don't like the predatory bank collapse, and I don't like all the predatory banking or any of the fucking shit, I don't like Bill Joyner, right? Fuck Bill Joyner and his stupid ass, right? Don't get it fucking twisted. Fuck Bill Joyner and his thievery ass, you know? Fuck Bill Joyner and his thievery corporation ass, you know what I'm saying? Know what I'm saying? But is what Bill Joyner doing against the law? No, he's a legal loan shark. He did not violate the law. He gets to go home to his Pacific Palisades apartment or whatever, or his nice Rolling Hills home or whatever, and his 5 kids and his 5 cars and his McMansion. And or maybe it's a real mansion, who knows at that point. Maybe he's making the real mansion money because he's ripping fucking white dudes off for $500,000, which is, I'm sorry, but it's just like a level of theft that you almost kind of have to like wonder about, stealing somebody's house or whatever. So fuck Bill Joyner and cancel what Bill Joyner's doing. Fuck Bill Joyner. But is Bill Joyner wrong? No, I'm fairly sure Bill Joyner goes home to his family at night, sleeps well, and wakes up in the morning and doesn't have an ulcer. I guarantee it. You know, it reminds me of this old fucking Batman, the animated series episode that I bring up a lot, which is called If You're So Smart. Or no, I'm sorry, it's a Riddler. I don't know what the name of the episode is, but there's this quote from this Riddler episode where he asks him, he's like, if you're so smart, then why aren't you rich? You know? And my thing is Bill Joyner goes home at night. The cops don't put the bracelets on him. If the cops don't put the bracelets on him, does it matter what Bill Joyner does in the large scheme of things? I think Andrew Callahan would argue no.
You want to destroy me?
If Bill Joyner does not violate the law in his business, I don't care how crooked Bill Joyner is. This is an extreme liberals leftist view of law and order, which is that, yeah, if you're shitty conglomerate. Like, for instance, okay, I can tell you about a conglomerate practice right now that I would honestly fire some people over and put some people in jail over, right? Which is that every day, every 7-Eleven in America puts out like at least 15 to 30 pounds of meat in the form of the hot dog roller grill and all that. And sure, big metro cities, all of that's going to sell, but a bunch of it doesn't. And at like 10:15 in the morning and at 3:15 in the morning, they dump all the meat into the out in the fucking in the dumpster, and they lock the dumpster. Now, right next to the dumpster is people starving and dying of Skid Row. Now, I would like to fire some people at 7-Eleven, make that job practice illegal, and make it illegal for them to dump the meat without donating it first. But I can't do that because I don't control the Congress. I don't control 7-Eleven. I don't have the kind of money to sue 7-Eleven or get that kind of thing done. I can only publicly shame them for it, right? So is in this ethics 101 question, is 7-Eleven bad if they throw away 30, and this happens, is 7-Eleven bad for throwing away 30 pounds of meat while bums starve to death outside the dumpster? And I know because I've been one of them. And I used to steal from their dumpster, And the answer is, most of the good 7-Elevens keep their dumpster open so the bums can fucking steal from it. If they're good 7-Elevens, they violate the 7-Eleven rule. But it is probably international 7-Eleven policy to lock that dumpster, particularly because they don't want the bums getting sick off of the expired meat and suing 7-Eleven for a stomach virus or worse, death. Like having the family sue the 7-Eleven for a stomach virus that the bum got for eating expired hot dogs out of the 7-Eleven dumpster. That's why they do that. I'm sympathetic to 7-Eleven with that problem. I don't like 7-Eleven. I patronize them once in a while, but I don't like 7-Eleven. And I don't care that they're there, but I mean, their corporate practice, if you count how many 7-Elevens, that are in the world, they throw away hundreds of thousands of pounds of meat every single day. It is the same meat that they just sold you not 4 hours before. Now, the scientists say that expired meat is a health hazard, the likes of which we can't literally quantify. It's almost profane how really scary the expired meat is. It will cause all the world's novel viruses and COVIDs, right? That expired meat is something to be scared of. It is. But I mean, it's okay. So I'm a 7-Eleven clerk, and I have worked as a 7-Eleven clerk for 4 years in my life. I know that at 3:15 in the morning when the McLean's order comes in, you also dump the hot dogs. I know because I worked there for 4 years, midnight graveyard shift, right? And so I know that at 3 in the morning and or 10 or 12 in the afternoon, in the morning, 10 to 12 in the morning, between 3 a.m. when the midnight shift ends and the fucking daytime shift ends, the daytime shift dumps their meat at noon. And that was the meat that they were selling to the 9 a.m. crowd. That hot dog griller that you bought in your homeroom. That meat, 3 hours later, the same meat that they just sold you that you ate, they put under lock and key in a dumpster. Now, sure, I'm some hippie liberal who's like, oh, we should all be able to dumpster dive or whatever, because I've been a dumpster diver my whole life. And I don't care what you think about that. The stuff that I stole from the dumpster was all in its original wrapping. I've never eaten food that was literally not in a wrapper that came from a dumpster. I got original wrapper stuff that you were just buying 5 hours before. When I dumpster dive, I dumpster dive for wrappers. The only food that I would eat from a dumpster that wasn't in wrappers would be tortillas in the back of the tortilla factory. That's it. And it's got to be tortillas that have not been exposed to the rain. You know what I'm saying? So, and if you've never been an anarcho fucking leftist liberal punk on the motherfucking streets with your fucking squatter gang, eating out of tortilla dumpsters and stuff, and eating vegan yeast that you like, that you buy with your green stamps card. If you've never been there, then don't knock it, because it is kind of liberating. There is all this free food out there in the dumpsters that is not expired, but for a few hours, that is untouched and definitely still in the wrapper. It's the same stuff that you just paid $7 for. That's what dumpster diving actually is. Now, there's people who are gross who do eat raw food that they just dump in the dumpster. But I mean, most food that you pull from the dumpster is still in its wrapper. They don't throw the wrappers away. They just dump it to save time. So, I mean, so anyways, where we're going with this is 7-Eleven bad in this ethical example where they dump fucking, 40 pounds of meat, like in the same dumpster that these bums are hanging outside of that are starving? And the answer is 7-Eleven is morally bad for doing this, but they are not illegally or ethically bad. And the same is true of Bill Joyner. If Bill Joyner found some fucking shitty loophole in the predatory banking laws where he can just put your house up against $100,000 loan and then have the gall to come take your fucking house after you default for 6 years or whatever, then more props to Bill Joyner. He has not violated the law. He has not violated any ethics. You can't fucking roll up to his house and hate on him or stalk him or anything like that. That's against the law and immoral, just as immoral as what he did. And I'm saying that, you know, that's the Bill Joyner problem. And let's see if he talks about it.
Destroyed my 25-year business.
Yeah, he did. He destroyed your business because your idiot ass got used to a lifestyle that you couldn't actually pay for. You borrow money from loan sharks, which is what dumb white people do all the goddamn time. They either get predatory banking loans or they get in with loan sharks and shit like this, and they get in trouble and they end up on the fucking streets. That's how we get Walmart parking lots that are full of parked cars and shit like this. Understand? It's because you guys fuck around. You don't value money. You get used to lifestyles that you aren't used to. You know what I'm saying? Every single time I spend money, it's not like I relentlessly track it like some kind of anal nerd. I just make sure the fuck that I can afford it. That's it. I just make sure that I can afford it. I look off into 5 years into the future and I'm like, can I afford this $60 video game right now? Is it feasible on a $7,000 a year income, of which I'm sharing with my family? You know what I'm saying? It's just insane because I pay them rent. It's insane. Like, you know, I don't know, but like, I don't know if Bill Joyner's evil. I don't know if Kelly's evil. I don't think either one of them has ever harmed anybody.
And devastated my family. So that answers your question.
This dude sounds like he sucks.
He does suck. Yeah, he sucks. This dude sounds like he sucks. Yeah, he does suck. He sucks.
In my opinion,
but is it illegal or unethical? No, because we repealed the Glass-Steagall Act. Thank you very much, Bill Clinton. Thank you very much, Warren Christopher. No, I'm just kidding.
A bad guy, and he's hurt a lot of people. But then again, look.
That's Mo Sislak from The Simpsons. Thank you very much, Warren Christopher.
The Democrats are doing other.
Now, you blame Bill Joyner on the Democrats, but I bet you Bill Joyner's a Republican. Maybe he's a Democrat. Maybe.
Was assassinated by the Clintons.
No, one of the funny things, one of the twist endings in, one of the funniest things in Dear Kelly. I like spoiling Dear Kelly because I doubt anybody here is gonna watch it, right? So like, or maybe you will. Go watch it. It's $5. Go watch it. It was really good. One of the funny spoilers in Dear Kelly is you realize that he's been on the streets yelling stoned off of his gourd because he's been smoking weed like me, stoned, but he can't handle it. He can't smoke weed and handle it like me. He's bad at it. You can see it. You can tell when he's stoned. He's bad at it. He's bad at being stoned. You can tell when he's stoned every single time. It's really, really obvious. It's quite funny actually. And so now is this the right one? Yeah, this is the right one, right? Yeah, that's right. And so you find out this weird, just surreal thing about 3/4 of the way through the film, where like Andrew Callahan happens to catch this idea. I don't know how he susses it out because he just makes this assumption that Kelly and Bill Joyner have met, or that they've ever, like, you know, or that the Bill Joyner went to his house or something, or stalked him by now. But no, you come to find out like that around by I think he finds out by like 2023 that no, Kelly has never ever actually ever even seen Bill Joyner. He's never even seen him. He has no idea what he looks like. He doesn't know where he lives. He's been sued by Bill Joyner, and I'm sure they'll probably meet in court or so. I don't think Kelly's been sued, but I think fucking Andrew Callahan's been sued by Bill Joyner. So Andrew Callahan will probably meet Bill Joyner, right? Or at least see him in a courtroom. But I don't think Kelly and Bill Joyner are ever going to see each other. That's the other thing. That was another really crazy thing about the right-wing QAnon sickness that Andrew Callahan did want to fucking portray, was this unwillingness to see the reality. That this man that he's been screaming about for 16 years doesn't even truly really, I mean, he exists, but he doesn't live in this life in a way where Kelly can ever reach him or whatever. And so there's this sick moment towards the end when you're like, oh no, Kelly is a fucking nut. He took out like 17 loans and defaulted on all of them. He shames his gay daughter. He was absent from his kids' lives for 17 years doing his weird QAnon thing since 9/11 or whatever. Or no, since Bill Joyner stole his house. And he went crazy. And then so the real, and finally, and this is why I'm talking about all of this, because I wanted to spoil the ending a little bit, right? So one of the big twist endings at the end of Dear Kelly is this. Most of the people at January 6th, like 85% of them or something, it was like 67% or more, had all experienced losses of homes in the 2008 bank crisis. And most of the January 6th insurrection was actually people who had been harmed on both sides during the bank crisis. And that's where all of this crazy came from. The crazier side of the right wing that's doing, like, you know, White Lives Matter protest, or sorry, yeah, White Lives Matter protest. That's where Andrew meets Kelly the first time, was at the White Lives Matter protest.
I hope you fucking die, homie, straight up.
And there's a leftist fucking Antifa like me be like, I hope you fucking die, homie, straight up. Fuck Trump, fuck the right wing, and fuck anybody who rolls with them. I don't truck with traitors. You know what I'm saying? Criminal traitors.
Really follow up with him and figure out what.
So anyways, so yeah, so I mean, like, I don't care that they're there. I'm not like that dude that's got a fuck Trump mask on my face trying to throw up the fucking middle finger. I'm not like that. I don't care. I don't care that the right wing exists. I dislike them and I bitch about them all the time. But I am tolerant of the right wing. It's fucking annoying, but I know that it takes all kinds. And it doesn't just take the right wing and the left wing either. It takes more. It takes center. It's a spectrum.
Actually going on there.
So, but come to find out, I learned something. The best thing that I learned from Dear Kelly was something quite profound. Statistically, January 6th was almost predominantly, and we know, because at least the people that got caught for it, almost all of them had lost their house in the 2008 bank crisis. That's what the January 6th insurrection actually was. It was this pro-Trumper thing because they saw some hope in Trump stopping the bank cartel, and they didn't see that with Biden. Or believe it or not, I think QAnon would have supported Biden. If Biden had actually promised to stop the banker cartel, I think QAnon would have backed Biden. Believe it or not, now you say this is crazy, but I don't think it is. I think their real quarrel, I don't think it is, because statistically it's true. The real quarrel with the lunatic fringe on both the far right and the far left is the amount of damage that the 2008 bank crisis caused and the COVID crisis. That's their in 9/11. That's their real fucking actual complaint, and they are complaints. When you look at it from that perspective, January 6th starts to look a lot more sensible. January 6th did not make sense to me until I watched Dear Kelly at all. But it does now. Those people with marching around, QAnon shaman and all them, they've all lost their homes or their lives or their spouses or something, or their kids, because of some fucked up horrible thing that some predatory banker did. And they blame this on the left because, yeah, I mean, I'm sorry, but I mean, Obama and Joe, they are known for being the Wall Street bankers. I mean, Obama and Joe are known for being the Wall Street cabinet. That's why I don't trust Obama. I like Obama, and I would vote for Obama, and I did vote for Obama. But I'm sorry, did I vote for? No, yeah, I voted for Obama, yeah. Yeah, I voted for Obama both times, yeah. But I had to pull back and remember. But yeah, but I didn't. I'm sorry. I like Obama, but I don't trust Obama. I like Joe, but I don't trust Joe. And this is the problem with the QAnon fucking crazies. Is they don't like him anymore. Them any more than I do. Particularly, like they don't like or trust Obama or Biden because they're conservatives. But they have an actual bias against them because they're Democrats and stuff. I'm not a conservative. I don't have an actual bias against Joe Biden or Obama. I don't like either side. My thing is that those people storming January 6th, if they're fucking pissed off about the bank crisis, that makes sense. And if they see hope in Trump, more power to them. Now you see why Trump freed all of these people. Because it's not that they're not criminals. It's that they actually did something. They actually, like, exercised their rights. And they marched to Washington. And they insurrected on this assumption that we might be able to prosecute the banker cartel. I think Trump runs with the banker cartel. I don't think he runs against them anymore. I think he's just his Wall Street cabinet now. I'm just giving you my opinion.
I think that it came from like a just not being satisfied.
So I don't know if he's going to spoil the ending, but we learned something there that Kelly and a lot of other people. There's this hilarious moment where Kelly's like, "I think you know where I was on January 6th," and Andrew's like, "Well, I'm a member of the media. I'm going to ask you, where were you on January 6th?" And he's like, "I think you know where I was on January 6th," which is hilarious. Of course, he was at January 6th, and this is because he's pissed off at his house being stolen by predatory bankers. I want him at January 6th. I want him to bust in your doors. He has a valid complaint with the government. You let them steal, you let the predatory bankers steal his house. He has a valid complaint with it, with the government, and I don't want those conspirators now. After watching Dear Kelly, I fall with the right when it comes to being lenient on the January 6th insurrection people, because it's statistically the reason that they were there is, and this is true actually, this is the Reuters came up with it and everything, this is true. Statistically, we're going to pull this up, it's going to blow your fucking mind. Statistically, most of Jan 6th rioters had their homes stolen. It's had their homes repossessed. And this is weird. It's a legal profile of the January 6th prosecution stuff. And a bunch of them, these people, they were there. I thought they were there to just try and swing the power sway for Trump. So I thought of them as fucking crazy. But when you look at it from the way that Dear Kelly, like actually looks at the dispositions of the insurrectionists, 391 of them had been charged with felonies before. 325 of them had been charged with misdemeanors before. They were seditious conspiracy and conspiracy people. Most of them, it was the conspirators were largely populated by two major groups, the Oath Keepers and the Proud Boys. My guess is that the Oath Keepers and the Proud Boys, and this is that whole stand back, stand by thing. My guess is these people are pissed off because the bank stole their house. When that's my guess after watching Dear Kelly. I think Andrew had a finger on the pulse a lot better than most of the AP did. When you look at January 6th, I think statistically he's right. The top states were Florida, Pennsylvania, Texas, New York, and California. Probably places where they all had their homes stolen. Now, I'm not finding a lot to back this up here, but there was some members of law enforcement there. Here we go. Financial hardships. Out of the 716 individuals who participated in the January 6th riot, 140 were facing serious financial hardships, such as bankruptcies, judgments and liens, and foreclosures and victims. That makes 1 in 5. It was like 30% or further. The level of violence among the financial hardship group is also much more significant. Of the 140,000 of them allegedly engaged in violence, the greatest number were judgment or lien defendants, When you understand this, I'm going to link this on the video because it's very, very, very pertinent. I'm going to say Andrew helped me understand. Andrew helped me understand, finally. January 6th, they were angry over the bank crisis, which I knew. But I didn't really get it. Do you understand? I didn't grok it. I didn't understand what that rage was. I thought it was some kind of power play to push my worst enemy into power, and I thought of them as Nazis. But no. Out of the 716 individuals who participated in the January 6th riot, 140 were facing serious financial hardships such as bankruptcies, judgments and liens, and foreclosures, evictions. Further, the level of violence among the financial hardship group is also significant. Of the 140, 59 of them allegedly engaged in violence, or 42%. The greatest number were judgment or lien defendants. Of the 70 bankruptcy dependents, of the 70 bankrupt defendants, 27 engaged in violence. Of the 111 defendants with prior foreclosures, evictions, 38% engaged in violence. This leaves the defendants with prior judgments or liens of the 117 to fit that criteria, 50 of them, 42.7%, allegedly engaged in violence. And you can understand, some of us were there for political reasons. Other of us were there because they had lost their homes. And now I was against Donald Trump freeing these people. But no, when you look at the financial hardships of their peers, let my people go. Let my people go. And I never argue right-wing standpoints, but I don't see a right-wing motive here. I think it's what it always is. Money. I thought they wanted something. I thought they meant something with it. Both sides. It was about money. January 6th was about money. I mean, that's okay, I guess. But I thought they actually cared about the country. No, they care about losing their homes.
With like my kind of deep dives into like the MAGA far right for a long time. I had just followed Trump's campaign trail across the country, filming for my
I'm sympathetic. I'm empathetic like him. I'm empathetic to it. You lose your home to the fucking bank? Pitchforks and torches, bitch. Pitch torches. How about pitch torches? How about we take the fucking pitchfork and we coat it in kerosene and we light it on fire? How about pitch torches? Torch forks. How about torch forks? It's time for the torch and the pitchfork to fucking combine.
Project.
So yeah, the only thing Donald Trump has ever done that I approve of, I think, short of Pua was good, is letting the Jan 6 rioters free. Because like 67% of them were there for financial reasons. They had lost their homes. They were so angry. That rage, I understand. I've lost my home so many times. I've lost my home like 45 times or something like that. I get it. I get that rage.
HBO, and I felt like
I'm sympathetic to it. Why couldn't you guys tell us the day of? It's a bit of healing on the left side a little bit to understand that there was a financial motive. We thought you were just pushing our worst enemy just to cut off our nose, to spite our face. If the financial motive is there, I understand it a lot better. And I would have called for prosecutions a lot less. But we didn't get to this, and I wonder why it was concealed from us.
Documented craziness in like a time capsule, but never really been able to understand what economic and social factors actually cause people to become radicalized, especially dudes who are later in life like Kelly. And I never really was able to actually dig deep. But in his story about Bill Joyner and the foreclosure of his house and his family being separated, I saw a window and a chance to actually figure out the why of how people get like that in the first place.
Yeah, how do people get like this in the first place? It's because they've been radicalized. How he put it in Dear Kelly, 3 things. The Dear Kelly, 3 things to know. 3 things to know, right? It was profound. It actually really was. It was profound. I loved it. He was like, there's 3 things to know. About a person. And I can't remember what he said. I would have to consult it. I'll pull it on a different screen, and I'll watch it. I'll mute it, and I'll pull it up, and I'll pull up what he tried to say, and I'll show you. Give me just a second. Why aren't you moving? Piece of shit incompetent developers. That's why. Why aren't you moving? What are you doing? The fuck are you doing? Okay. So run recent media for like Dear Kelly. Yep. And then turn down the volume all the way, and we're going to run through, and we're going to talk about the 3 things, right? So he talks about this. He's like, there's 3 things in somebody's life, and I forget what they are. It's so annoying. What is it? It's like is somebody respected? Is somebody loved? Is somebody significant? And when Kelly lost his home, and all these January 6 people, they lost their homes, they were offended on a fundamental level that explains the psychology behind why they were there.
You're probing this like central chicken or egg question that a lot of your work is based on, which, you know, I think one of the reasons people love your work is you come to this idea that like there are a lot of very good people who do a lot of crazy things and get caught up in the fringes, and you include some interesting stats about January 6th and, for example, people's debt levels, like whether they were there on January 6th, if they had particular levels of debt. There's just a big proportion of people. I didn't even realize that there were numbers attached to all of this. I mean, you could see it when you were there, but can you tell us a little bit about how this experience with Kelly either changed, modified, added nuance to the way you see the world, that, you know, maybe there are some people who come into all of this stuff with prior difficulties and then it changes them, or is it just, you know, a one-way street?
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, before I started documenting Kelly, and this is filmed over the course of 4.5 years, I didn't realize that so many people who like were so deep in that QAnon rabbit hole had just normal lives like in 2020 that were completely derailed by financial hardship, and particularly how that coalesced with like political psychosis. I don't like using the word misinformation because it's not like everything they read is totally false or consumes false, but it's just being locked in this echo chamber of like 24/7 outrage content for a long period of time. And definitely learned a lot about just people like that in general.
God damn it.
But also about myself as a documentary filmmaker and how emotionally invested I want to be in the outcome of like a subject or someone that I'm documenting. Like by the end of the film, especially like after the intervention, to spoil it a bit, not too much, I was so emotionally invested in Kelly turning over this new leaf that it became like more important than my own life. And I don't think I ever want to get that involved again.
Nope, don't get involved. It's journalism is subjective and objective. It is not like this thing that you internalize. It shouldn't be ever personal ever. Gonna get something to drink. Oh no, my pen. Sniff. Maybe my pen fell. I don't know what happened to it here. I think I will mix a vodka drink actually. Canada Dry. Oh, yeah.
I mean, I had filmed 350 hours of footage in total, and I ultimately baked it down to 89 minutes. But it was like my personal expectations were tethered to his in a way that I'm not sure was super healthy.
I think for me, as a democratic socialist who thinks a lot about like class analysis, the way you approach this really played into some of my sort of mental preconceptions, because you're like, there was a material harm that happened to a lot of these people, and it sort of pushed them in this direction of radicalization.
It's an interesting theory.
That's both true and not true in Kelly's case. Like, he did genuinely go through this foreclosure, which for anyone is a, you know, horrific situation. But the way he portrayed it was also not entirely accurate. And then when you're still many years past that financial hardship, and there's still, you know, and you've had this severing of relationship with your kids, and you're not being there for them as, you know, as a father, and they're having to have these, you know, again, I don't want to spoil too much, but they're coming to you saying this has really hurt us, and you have a chance to turn over that new leaf, and that's not necessarily the direction that you want to go in. It just makes the picture a little more complex, right? It's not as simple and straightforward a sort of math equation of.
I got challenged yesterday for hating both sides. I think I hate and love both sides. I think it's the same emotion. It's sort of insane. It's like hate love. I hate love both sides. I don't hate either side. I do hate each other. It's crazy. I don't know how I feel, but I know that it takes both sides to run a railroad. So I love both sides, even though I hate both sides. They can be both.
Of, you know, financial hardship plus loss of connection. I mean, you actually have a sort of like formula you lay out in the beginning. Doesn't have to lead to this, doesn't always lead to this. There are other choices. It's not always like as clear a picture as you're telling yourself in your head. You know, did it kind of challenge some of your conceptions coming in as well?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I started when I was 22 and I finished when I was 27. Like, the first shoot being the White Lives Matter rally.
This is what he spent his 20s on, was Dear Kelly. Now he's going to have to slam one by the time he's like 30. You know who I want him to do? P. Diddy. Dear Kelly was good, but I think P. Diddy would be better. There's something cultural about P. Diddy. It's this understanding that there's a bunch of us just partying way too hard, the hedonism, something like that. And I want to see him talk about the hedonism and what it means to the public, because there are some people out there who definitely, I think, like, support P. Diddy. It's insane.
11,
they don't support him. They live lifestyles like him. They support his sort of lifestyle.
Shoot being,
and so I want him to do an expose on P. Diddy, not the case itself, but like how hedonistic like the party lifestyle scene has gotten all across the world. Like, for instance, we saw Vice try to do this when they showed us like geriatric ravers in Britain and stuff like this. Partying has gotten this crazy pitch now, where I'm not sure we should technically like legally allow drug dealers to cut the drugs anymore, because so many people are getting high.
Weeks ago with our
so many people are partying, and I wish he would do P. Diddy, because it's kind of that thing. Like P. Diddy is what happens when hedonism just gets out of hand.
Hill at a skate park in San Diego. You can see my approach like kind of morph throughout the whole thing, because midway through like 23, 24, I'm like, I'm going to be able to figure this out. I've got everything diagnosed. I have all the ducks in a row. I'm going to make sure that he's able to turn over a new leaf. But one thing that I noticed too is that I didn't mention this in the movie very much, but the idea of self-narrative was also very important in his sort of inability to turn over that new leaf over time. Because it's a comforting self-narrative for him to have this heroic black and white, good versus evil, Bill Joyner, you know, screwed me over. And the way that morphs with the political movement in general is very two-dimensional. You know what I mean? The idea that there's this like nebulous dark force out there that's just, it exists. We don't know what it is, but it's there to rob everything from the hardworking, red-blooded American patriot. And it might not be, my boogeyman might not be shared by yours. However, we're all united in our fight against the evil forces. And in a way that's comforting to people in his position, because it stops them from actually picking up the pieces, right? That's why I was, you know, he was spending 15 hours.
It's my stepfather's community's time. Truthers, or whatever you want to call it. I don't know what you call it. Truthers. I don't know why they're not called truthers anymore, because, well, now it's like QAnon. They want to prosecute, I think. Truthers want the truth. QAnon wants prosecutions. QAnon is yeah, I would say, like, I'm a truther, right? I want to know what the truth is so that we don't make the same mistakes ever again. I don't want to prosecute necessarily for any of this. The JFK murders, the aliens, the Wall Street cabinet, the bank crisis. I don't want to prosecute for any of this. I need the truth so that we don't do this again. I want to know the truth about Paperclip and all this other stuff that we did, so that so that our clandestine forces never ever do that again. If you know the truth shall set you free. That's Huey P. Newton, and I keep coming back to it. So, like, you know, I'm a truther. They're QAnon. They want to fucking put some heads on a pike. They want, like, some of these people, they'll show up at the Pizzagate place and try to kill somebody. We should look into Pizzagate again, because I don't remember what happened really. But I mean, yeah, like, you can see people have become radicalized towards this thing that's going on in their heads. And that can't be very healthy, because when you look at the public at large, we're not generally in a panic. We're just a bunch of dumb cows wandering around. So when somebody gets really, really extreme, it makes us all uncomfortable.
Is it a day putting up?
If I had some advice for both the right and the left lunatic fringe, be it truther, or I think truther is kind of the leftist side of... I mean, we were there first. We were the people who were trying to stop IMF and WTO, World Health Organization, and all this, and WHO and all this, and we're trying to figure out what happened during 9/11, and didn't like Bush and Bush and Blair. It didn't like the British and American kibitzing, and didn't like Afghanistan and all this other stuff. I would call those people truthers. We come from Democracy Now!, which is a channel that I'm going to play on my channel tonight. We're truthers. We're just the leftist side of the lunatic fringe, and we were the ones who were, like, we started out chasing JFK and all that, and trying to figure out what happened with, like, you know, Paperclip and Ivy Bells and all this, and Danny Casolaro. But now we're like looking to make peace with the lunatic fringe right, and bring everybody back to the center, I think. Because if there's one thing that I think maybe the lunatic fringe right can't agree to this, but the lunatic fringe left can. This argument is not conductive to peace. The more blood boil we get, the more our blood boils, excuse me. I don't have Obama's turn of phrase as well as he does, but the more our blood boils,
leaflets saying Bill Joyner.
The more the division bell rings. There you go. The more there's a Skycatlive quote for you. The more that our blood boils, the more the division bell rings. And that's not good. So my suggestion now is to do what the truthers did. We'll liberals super soldier you. We'll Antifa super soldier you. We're not afraid of doing that. But that's not our preference. We want to sit back and observe with couth. And that's my suggestion to the lunatic fringe right. It's best to sit back and observe with couth until we see the moment of truth. I don't know what it is. Like, you know, in a way, you saw this lady mention that no matter what, whether Kelly kind of talked about his actual true reasons that he hated Bill Joyner so much, but he's also responsible for all of his terrible actions, such as taking out the loans, ignoring his family, getting high for 12 years when he obviously can't handle it.
Stole my home. That time easily could have been used at, you know, maybe getting an entry-level job and trying to save up money to start from the bottom, but that's a lot. It takes a lot of humility to be able to bring yourself back to that level and start from scratch. It's easier to revel in the past while simultaneously leading a hero's narrative that keeps you in a revenge mind state.
Well, and actually,
I can't believe how deep that was, because I had not thought about that like from that level. That's another thing. It's like this weird caricature about their personality. They can't let go. And that I do understand. That's something I do understand. When you really, really want something, you don't let go, you know? I had to let go recently of what I value the most. But like Trailer Park Boys says, when you love something, set it free. If it comes back to you, it was always yours. If it doesn't, it was never meant to be. And if it doesn't, you're an asshole. Shall I repeat it? If you truly love something, set it free. If it was yours, it will come back to you. If it wasn't, then it was never meant to be. If they don't, then it was never meant to be. If they don't, you're an asshole. And that's what I had to do. It's unfortunate, you know? And if my life is better for it, then my life is better for it. If my life is worse for it, it's worse for it. But this is how I dealt with the last 5 or something like that. That's how I dealt with M. That's what I said after M. I was like, if you love something, set it free. If it was meant to be, if it was yours, it'll come back. If it wasn't, if they don't, then it was never meant to be. If they don't, you're an asshole. And that's the direct quote from. I memorized the quote because it's a good one. You know, that is the direct quote. And that was the self-control that I had to exhibit. It takes a better man to evolve like that.
Jump onto that point because one of the interesting things that you touch on is how he grew up in a mobile home in, I think it was Iowa. And so he may have been ultimately a bankruptcy attorney, but there was something I think traumatic, and I'm curious what you make of this, for him about losing his kind of upper middle class, if not upper class status. And that for him was maybe like the truth that he didn't want to grapple with. You hear his kids saying that it was like the house. It was just, he could not give up the house, and he's still driving his banged up BMW, even though it's got a big like dent in the hood, as your cameras caught. It seems like there was something about growing up poor that made him cling to the kind of fantasy of having made it.
Yeah, definitely, because he sort of achieved the American dream, which is just class mobility in general. I mean, especially nowadays with the cost of living, very few people can go from living in a mobile home in their lifetime to being cemented as a community member in an upper class gated community.
Yep,
so
I can't.
At a point,
or well, I
were
can.
his way of holding on to what that meant to him.
But I won't because I turned the chat off. I can, but I won't because I turned the chat off. I will not talk to them, particularly because I listed the 36 reasons why. The world's so shitty and everything sucks so bad. I listed the 36 reasons why.
Him like internally.
And I don't ever have to talk to them again.
It's all the time. People.
I did my time. I ran the circles. I ran the flop house. You understand?
The lottery, rappers get a bunch of money. They spend it more on like material items because they have a sort of imposter syndrome in general because they didn't grow up in the same way that their peers did. Because most people.
So now I'm like, oh, no more flop house. I don't want a lot of people in my life. Fuck that. I'm not doing that. There was something else that he said in an interview last night. He was like, if you are making money or you are about to make money or you're about to be successful, no matter what, all of the people around you will either get jealous or dislike it or spite you and will attempt to destroy you. And he's like, it's just a matter of fact. It doesn't matter. And the older your connections are, the worse the betrayal will be. And I was like, no fucking way. And he was like, it is a truth. And I think he's right. It is the truth. I've never known that before. I come to a place where I might do mortal battle with my best friend, I guess, or something. I don't know what it is. I don't think I'll do battle with my best friend, but I could see some kind of mortal battle coming for some reason, and like I don't really know why. I've not done anything except try to help people.
Rich grew up rich. There's very little crossover, and so
I didn't want it. I immediately stopped.
Like, he felt it was a huge blow to his ego and also, self-perception.
Yeah, I took a big blow to my ego when I lost it all. But I think change is as good as the rest. Isn't it? Change is as good as the rest.
and self-narrative to be foreclosed upon.
I don't know about self-narrative. My self-narrative would be love in the time of COVID.
Are you still in touch with Kelly? Is he happy his guy's back in the White House now?
Yeah, he's actually pretty excited about the film. Like, a lot of people look at the end of the film and they think like, oh my God, he must feel so bad about it, you know. But at the end of the day, there is a lot of small victories that have been secured throughout the process of the film. Like him not caring so much about Bill Joyner, which is his boogeyman.
Yeah, that's a win. It's a fucking win.
Evil, predatory leather guy that he.
Yeah, it's a win. It's a win.
His life. Him not caring about Bill by the end is a huge.
It's a really big. He struck a blow for fixated assholes. Because if he was able to let the fixation go, maybe I can live peace. You know, if the people can get over their fixations and worry about their own fucking lives instead of being fucking losers, maybe my life will get better.
If you consider that in the opening scene,
I have to believe that if he can stop hating Bill, you know, that all the people who have fixated on me can just leave me alone.
Parenthood. He's almost like passing out from anger, yelling about Bill.
Yeah.
So I mean, it might not be the
he's never met
ending that people want. Yeah, he's never met him, and you know, I'm being sued by Bill right now, which sucks. So but I also haven't met Bill either.
Wow. So there's more story to unfold there. Just with you versus Bill Joyner. Maybe you'll be the next one, like Bill Joyner ruined my life.
Yeah, like maybe oh, I hate Bill. Bill took all our money. Yeah, that's maybe what might happen too, because Bill was just sitting there. He hasn't broken a law or done anything. But I don't see how Andrew is
talking about Bill Joyner.
Is at fault.
There was one other thing I wanted to ask you about, Andrew.
I don't see how Andrew is at fault for Kelly's obsession. If anybody, Bill should sue Kelly.
You could put F1 up on the screen.
That would be real justice, because Kelly was the one who made Bill a fucking star. Bill Joyner. Fuck Bill Joyner. Jesus Christ. Wait, now, are you doing something? Are you opening something? No.
Put out a very, pretty aggressive post here about Elon Musk.
Elon Musk is a straight punk bitch. Shout out to the Jewish homies and my G-grandpa who fought Nazis in France and came home with PTSD, like my grandfather, and never spoke a word about the war until his final years. If ICE is dead set on doing roundups, start with deporting that traitor back to South Africa where he came from.
None of which I disagree with, but in any case, it's the...
Elon Musk is a straight punk bitch. Shout out to the Jewish homies and my G-grandpa who fought Nazis in France and came home with PTSD and never spoke a word about the war until his final years. If ICE is dead set on doing roundups, start with deporting that traitor back to South Africa where he came from.
Like a little bit of a break from the way you normally approach things, because a lot of times you sort of let your,
No, he can do whatever he wants on Instagram. Social media is open field, open fire. A lot of us would die for I want social media to be free. Like, I don't care if they shut down TikTok because if Congress tells them to. I don't care if Congress tells them to. I don't care if they shut down TikTok. But the social medias that do survive, I want them to be free. I want them to be free. Oh, I lost the arena queue. No.
your work and the characters you follow speak for themselves. And I just was curious what led you to take this more aggressive approach. And after having watched the documentary, actually, it made me wonder if that was part of your evolution to make being more directly, personally outspoken.
No, I've always been doing that. You want to know why? Because I don't care if they kick me out on the streets or whatever, and they burn my career or whatever. I've never been afraid to say what's on my mind at any given time of day. You know what I'm saying? Like, for instance, the last big comment that I left on my Facebook, if I recall, and I left it there for like 8 months or something before I just shut the countdown, I think. Or no, it was longer than that. It was like 2 years, I think. I said, kill the president. That was the last time Trump was in power. I left it up for, I don't know, 2 years or something. And I just said, kill the president in caps. And I just left it there on my page. And you know, you think I'm lying, but no, I actually did that. I said, kill the president. No, it wasn't that long. I think it was like 3 weeks before I did get nervous. I was like, I wonder if this is going to get me in trouble. And I did get scared. I was like, I don't know. I've just said, kill the president here, and just left it there on my channel on my Facebook chat for like 3 weeks. And I think I did just take it down not to piss off any of my friends, I think. Because I was like, yeah, I've just left this message saying, kill the president. And I did that. You can go back. If Trump hated me, you could give him a reason. Have him dig up my Facebook. I know that they've tapped Prism and Facebook and all this. Have them pull up my old Facebook. It's been deactivated for like 5 months, but and have them show them the kill the president thing. And I'll tell this story on Fox News too. I'm not scared.
Well, I mean, a little just. It's like Elon Musk has been doing.
It's a quote from an Offspring song, but I don't have to tell them that. And that's what I'll say in court. If they ever ask me why I said that, I'll be like, because it's an Offspring song. And they'll be like, what are you talking about? And I'll be like, it's an Offspring song. Called Kill the President. So I just left. I didn't say Offspring. I didn't say Trump. I just said kill the president really loud in all caps. And I left it there for like 3 weeks and shit. You ever done that? It's actually quite liberating. In a world without leaders who'd start all the wars, the world that you're saving will always be yours. Kill the president, listen to the voice of reason. Unify that single line. Stop the man with the power of the government. A leader's not the center of democracy. In a world without leaders who'd make people starve, the world that we're saving will always be ours. Everyone says, well, maybe I'll make a difference, thinking that they've got plenty of time. But you're squeezed a little tighter every day. Finish before you can commit a crime. In a world without leaders who'd start all the wars, the world that you're saving will always be yours. Kill the president, listen to the voice of reason. Unify that single line. Stop the man with the power of the government. A leader's not the center of democracy. America, all of your enemies come from within, but you lash out so it is seen, like some frightened child in an angry world or the fall of Rome. Your demise comes from your own hands in a world without leaders who start all the wars. The world that you're saving will always be yours. So yeah, I just left kill the president, right? Just full blown right on my channel. Anybody who knows me knows that that's what I'm saying, because they're all Offspring freaks too. Even my mother, I think, probably knows what I'm saying. It's kind of insane. But yeah, everybody I know is kind of an Offspring freak, so they all probably knew what I meant. But I doubt the fucking authorities do. And if I ever come up, you know, if I ever get black bagged and come up against Adam or whatever from V for Vendetta or whatever, and they're like, why did you leave kill the president on your Facebook for 3 weeks? I'll be like, well, Offspring. And they'll be like, what? This clown, get him the fuck out of here. And if they ask me why, I'll sing them the song like I just sang you the song. In a world without leaders, who start all the wars? That's what I would yell at this. I would scream, yell at them as they drag me off to their gulag or whatever in this crazy, like, awesome, like, fantasy where I've never heard the phrase liberal super soldier before. Or I'm sorry, no, what was it? It was Antifa super soldier. I want to be an Antifa super soldier. I can't swing a truncheon or anything if that's what you mean. I don't really think that's what they mean. I want to be an Antifa super soldier. Is that such a thing? Dude, that's so much cooler than G.I. Joe. Fuck G.I. Joe.
Like, Nazi.
Can I be an Antifa super soldier? Can I be an Antifa super soldier, please?
Whistle stuff on Twitter for like 5 or 6 months now. I know this because I grew up on 4chan, like back in the day.
Oh, don't grow up on 4chan.
Back the pre-censorship free internet when like half the people were Nazis and half the people were anarchists, like back in the day. When it was like
yeah, that's about right. Yeah, I would say that's kind of how the punker scene was. Yeah.
You're part of Anonymous, or you were like a seriously like Charlottesville person. And so I know that he's been doing these like weird, not even dog whistles, just like straight up following Nazi accounts, reposting Nazi shit. And then when he did that, I don't know, I just got triggered. I kind of felt bad when I posted it because I'm supposed to be like neutral and maintain composure. But that was for sure a Hitler salute. And it's a Hitler salute, not just because of the obvious body language, but because the guy has been paying homage to like Nazi ideology in accounts on X for the past like 6 to 8 months. And so, but the comments are crazy. So many people are like going to bat for Elon. They're like, he's just giving his heart out to the people. I was like, dude, if you give your heart out to the people, you go like this. Appreciate you guys. Thank you guys. Heart goes out to you. You don't do this Sig Heil. But, you know, I think we're in this era where, you know, he could do it and say Sig Heil. I don't think people would care. They'd find out a way to rationalize it and be like, dude, he's just so autistic. You don't know if you met an autistic person, but they're always hailing Hitler, I guess.
Yeah. Have you considered you're just being ableist right now, Andrew?
See? Now the what's it called? The sights are on me.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I was just like, that's the thing with, we're all like downstream of 4chan culture now, that people who are not being ironic get away with the like shield of irony. And to like, in some fairness, it actually does make it hard to, you know, doesn't mean that irony trolling is right, but it does make it hard to like sometimes decode. But I guess, Andrew, having spent time on 4chan, you speak the language probably better than most.
Yeah, I definitely do. And not to mention, he's not from the United States. And he has a lot to say about migrants coming here and ruining shit. Whereas this guy is from South Africa, of all places, the most racist place that ever exists in the history of the world. And he's coming here and he's manipulating information. That seems pretty treasonous and like some foreign interference to me. And it's just crazy to think that.
Oh my God, I went so far
getting
east.
The deep state bureaucracy out of office. And now it appears that he has like a private, you know, council of tech oligarchs backing him entirely. Mm-hmm. So it appears that the deep state was elected.
Well, I personally appreciate the new outspoken mode of Andrew Callahan. So I hope we hear more of it, and of course, always look forward to your work. Tell people where they can watch Dear Kelly.
You guys can watch Dear Kelly at www.dearkellyfilm.com for the low rental cost of $5.55, or if you're feeling generous, you can buy it forever for $15.55.
And he's got some lawsuit costs against Bill Joyner, so help him out with that, guys.
Shout out to Bill, shout out to Kelly, shout out to Breaking Points.
Thanks, Andrew. Great to talk to you. Thank you so much.
Appreciate you guys.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show to more people.
And if you'd like to get the full show ad-free and in your inbox every morning, you can sign up at breakingpoints.com.
That's right. Get the full show, help support the future of independent media at breakingpoints.com.
Friedrich Nietzsche was a 19th century German philosopher. His work is often sold as self-help, but he's extremely controversial. So today, we are going to answer the most important question of all.
Oh my God, was Nietzsche woke? No. No. The answer is no.
Is that woke? I have the answer right here in this envelope. I'm going to open it at the end and reveal it. But for now, let's see if we can...
Oh, Philosophy 2. I haven't seen this in a while. I like Philosophy 2.
Figure it out together. In super general terms,
let's see if we can figure it out together.
Society has gone wrong. It's all gone bad.
Like South Park.
Rails, and we need to fix it. So his project was to try and diagnose how that happened and recommend some solutions. He was a culture warrior. He wrote a lot of stuff about popular art and music and what they say about society. So he was kind of on some Jordan Peterson shit, which is immediately giving not woke. He lived in Germany and he died in 1900. And do you know who was a big fan of Friedrich Nietzsche? That's right. Hitler and Mussolini. That's not good. I mean, I think we can all agree that on the woke, not woke scale, Hitler, not woke. But after the war, a German philosopher called Martin Heidegger said that the Nazis had misinterpreted Nietzsche and that he was actually woke all along. And then in the 1950s, he had a big influence on Michel Foucault and postmodernism. In the 1990s, some right-wing writers like Dinesh D'Souza said that Friedrich Nietzsche was secretly turning college students woke via Foucault and postmodernism. At the same time, some other right-wing writers, like Naomi Wolf, said that Nietzsche wasn't woke, but they thought it was a good thing. Nietzsche wrote a lot about resentment and how people can stew on resentment. And writers like Wolf thought that feminism had become too whiny, too focused on victimhood and virtue signaling. And they thought that women should be tough again. And they used Nietzsche in their arguments. Meanwhile, in France, the next generation of French philosophers said that Nietzsche was not woke and they thought it was very bad, but the next generation of British philosophers said that he was secretly woke all along. And then, just to put the icing on the cake, in 2017, Martin Heidegger's private notebooks were translated, and we discovered that Heidegger was a Nazi who tried to hide after the war. So his original reevaluation of Nietzsche might have been an attempt to cover his own ass and say that he was woke, even though he was actually a big fan of Hitler. So how come there's been all this debate? Well, because Nietzsche is tricky. Normally, when we learn about a philosopher, their work is framed as an argument, like Socrates says X and therefore Y. But it's kind of hard to do that with Nietzsche because his stuff is so weird. Some of it is written as straightforward essays, some of it is like collections of sayings, some of it is like its own genre of weird artsy stuff. This book, The Will to Power, has Friedrich Nietzsche's name on it, but it was actually assembled posthumously from all of his various scribblings. It's sometimes pretty unclear what Nietzsche's actually trying to say. This video is deliberately written and performed to mirror the experience of reading Nietzsche for the first time. And there's a lot of stuff suddenly getting thrown at you, and it's a little bit chaotic and weird, and it's kind of visceral in a little bit of a bodily way. But then it all sort of comes together towards the end and starts to make sense. The question also arises, do we count everything that Nietzsche ever wrote, including his private letters and his notebooks? Or do we only count the things that he himself published? Philosophers disagree on that question. For the sake of completeness, I'm just going to count all of it. Nietzsche had a big influence on Sigmund Freud. That's therapy, psychoanalysis, woke. You see, Nietzsche's solution to the problems of society was that we need to achieve a personal psychological transformation. He wrote a lot of stuff about how society shapes the minds of the people that live under it. He also talked a lot about how our desires get squished down inside us by the rules of civilization. Here's a delicious example. This is an almond croissant. It's carbs and it's sugar. Fantastic. I desire this. I want this. But I really, really wish that I didn't. I actually have some problems with disordered eating. I have for years. I value carbs and sugar extremely negatively, and I avoid them as a rule, as a strict rule of how I live my life. But that doesn't make me happy. And it also doesn't eliminate my cravings, because when you set something up as a rule of how you live your life, as like a central plank of who you are, then it's always with you. You're carrying that craving all the time. So I have guilt, I have shame, I have internal conflict, and I'm all torn up inside because I've based my life around a simultaneous rejection of and craving for the almond croissant. So what's the solution here? Well, could I start thinking differently? Why do I value carbs and sugar as a negative thing? Where did I get that idea from? Who told me that? Could I come to value them differently? Like, could I see this as maybe a good thing, like a nice treat? Or could I even just regard it as neutral, as just like food? By doing that, could I undergo a personal psychological transformation? Could I remake myself and become a different kind of person? Well, there's a word for that. The word is genealogy. It means tracing the line of descent, trying to trace where your values and ideas come from. And oh, look at this! It's a book by Friedrich Nietzsche called On the Genealogy of Morals. Society has gone wrong, we've gone off the rails because we value the wrong things. We've all got wrong ideas. This is how that happened, this is how we got here, this is what we're gonna do about it. This is like his 12 rules for life, okay? So, okay, let's go. According to Nietzsche, there are 3 kinds of people: masters, slaves, and priests. Each group of people has their own morality, their own system of values. The masters are conquerors, doers, commanders. Think like ancient Romans, ancient Greeks, Vikings, warriors, aristocracy. The masters live by instinct. Sometimes that's an instinct for violence, it's true, but you know, that's just natural. The masters, they're authentic, they're dominant, they're driven, they take what they want, they value the here and the now, and they f hard. Every living thing has this drive inside it, you see, called the will to power. That's how it's usually translated. A better translation might actually be the will to agency or the will to freedom, but the idea is that we all want to feel like we are in control of our lives. We all want to feel like we are powerful and that we are choosing our own destinies. The masters, they know this. They feel like that every single day. On the other hand, we have the slaves. They suck. They're not as strong as the masters. They don't conquer, they don't go out and fight. They're just, you know, betas, losers, incels, conquered peoples. But they still have the will to power inside. And they're frustrated because the Chad masters beat them every time. So what do? They get resentful, they get bitter, they get angry. They tell themselves, oh, it's not nature that put the masters on top. No, they aren't naturally better than us. They're on top because they choose to be evil. Not like us virtuous slaves. We choose to be good and kind. We're on the bottom because we choose to be nice guys. Not like the masters who are wicked. Cope. Slave morality is cope. That's what Nietzsche said, and it would have stayed cope too were it not for the priests. The priests are from the noble master group, but they're not as strong as the other masters. They don't go out and fight and conquer, and they get resentful too. The priests come up with this elaborate system of beliefs according to which the real value of things is in the hereafter. It's not here, based in the world. You forget about fighting and conquering and winning. That's bad, actually. You should feel guilty for doing that. You should feel ashamed for doing that stuff. We're back to the almond croissant again. The priests say that real virtue is in self-denial. The real virtue is in doing what the priests tell you to do, those experts. The real value of things is in what they say about objective reality. Instead of looking at the world from your perspective, seeing things through your own chadly eyes and obeying your instincts, that's how the priests express their will to power. That's how they keep the stronger masters under their control. And when the priests trick the slaves into taking up their beliefs, they team up against the masters. And what do you get? Jesus. Nietzsche hated Christianity. Christianity makes a virtue out of weakness and meekness and self-denial and sickness. Oh, the meek shall inherit the earth. Yeah, I bet they will. Right after they're done sucking the life out of everybody else. Just going on and on about charity and pity and their lies. That's right, he said it. He said it. Lies about heaven. God is dead, Nietzsche said. Nobody believes in him anymore. So why are we all still acting like Christian morality is a good idea? Junk, garbage, get rid of it, get it out of here. Do you know what that stuff does to you? It makes you degenerate. Technical philosophy term, not a Nazi thing. Maybe? Put a pin in that. We'll come back to that. I'm gonna come back to you, Hitler. Nietzsche said that Christianity gives you the feeling of power, like you've got all the right answers, but it doesn't give you any actual power. You're just following a set of resentful slave cope rules that are designed to keep you down and squash all your desires down inside you by calling it sin. So you waste your whole life suppressing your own childly instincts, all to get into a heaven that isn't even there. And someday soon, we're all gonna realize this. Someday, the ultimate based Chad, the Ubermensch, the Overman, is gonna come and redeem all of society from this bloodless, brainless, hopeless, gutless, spineless, boneless, godless, sexless, loveless waste of my mother time! Good. Do I have pastry on my?
I bet it is. God damn it, I'm jealous. Oh my god. Are you fucking serious? Go hang out with Jeffrey. Jesus Christ.
Did any of that actually happen? Like when
What are you, a makeup star?
Masters and slaves and priests, like, is that meant to be history? What time period did that take place in? Nietzsche doesn't provide any citations, like at all. Is the will to power, is that a real thing that psychologists could study and perform experiments on? Again, no citations. Citations are for slaves. That's slave morality stuff. Objective reality, that's just how the priests trick you. This is a subjective vibes only party. And if you don't like it, then personal psychological transformation. Just become a better subject. Do you know what else is nationalism? Doing what the government tells you to do? Joining a herd instead of asserting yourself as an individual? Nah. Nationalism is just a trick by the rich to sell you more maps and guns and wars and scapegoating other people for your problems instead of undertaking an individual transformation of your own mind. Honestly, I'm just about ready to call it, you know? I think he's woke. I think we can give this guy the Congressional Medal of Wokeness. But let's put it to the test, okay? Because do you know what the absolute epitome of wokeness is? The wokeness par none? What? What's that expression? Par excellence? Par sine qua non? But let's put it to the test, because do you know what the absolute apotheosis of wokeness is? The absolute supreme woke position? That's right. We're gonna go there. Trans. I'm gonna make a Nietzschean argument for transness. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it right now. Let's go. Some people say that being trans is a curse. They think it's weird or bad, or that we should just assimilate. There's a lot of focus on victimhood and pain. Catholic Church, they hate that. But telling the government to call you by a different name, changing your own body, that's not joining a herd. That's asserting yourself as an individual. That's performing a genealogy of your own values. That's a personal psychological transformation if I've ever seen one. Overman? Yeah, I'd say I'm pretty over it. For centuries, they've called us weird or mad or perverts. That was the dominant morality. And look at what they're doing now. They're trying to use the entire force of the United States government to stop us, and they still can't do it. When you transition, you say, all of those people are wrong, and this is sick, actually. Let me ride the lightning. Let me gamble it all. And when I get to heaven, God better call me by she, her pronouns, or I'm not going in. You see? It works. He's woke. I'm calling it for woke. Let's go. Let's find out. What? Okay, so there is a lot of anti-Semitism in Nietzsche. The priests are consistently identified with Jews. The masters are consistently identified with blonde Aryans. Like he literally does call them that. Nietzsche criticizes Christianity a lot, but a lot of his criticism is saying that Christianity is a vehicle for Jewish people to trick everyone and take over the world, and that's definitely not woke. It's giving Hitler. It's giving Hitler. This is where the unpublished stuff is helpful. In his private notes, Nietzsche praises an Indian book called The Law of Manu, as translated by a French guy called Louis Jaculliot. That's not a bad photo because my printer fucked up. Louis-Jacques Holyoake in real life was just a very low-resolution man. In his translation of the Law of Manu, Louis-Jacques Holyoake added a bunch of footnotes that he made up. For example, he says that Jewish people and Chinese people are descendants of an ancient Indian mongrel caste called Chandala, who, because they had mixed breeding and mixed blood, they had inferior morals. Whereas white Europeans are descended from a purer Aryan caste of ancient Indian society, and so they had better minds, better morals.
He's sailing
better
right
men.
now.
That's all gibberish. None of that ever happened. But Nietzsche ate it up. In his private notes, he uses that word, Chandala, to refer to Jewish people. And he also did it in his book, Twilight of the Idols. If you read the genealogy, he is like constantly bashing Jewish people. Now, some philosophers say that we should take all of that stuff as just a metaphor, that he doesn't really mean Jews when he says the word Jews, but like... I mean, in this book, he says that the slaves had different skull shapes than the masters. He says black people can't feel pain as much. He uses the word Chinese as a synonym for uniform mediocrity. Elsewhere in his work, he just like explicitly defends eugenics. You can't tell me all that stuff as a metaphor. Like, the clearest bits of Nietzsche's writing are the bits where he's just being a massive racist. You see, Nietzsche is often sold as self-help, like achieving a personal transformation, the Jordan Peterson stuff. But he is very explicit that not everyone can achieve the kind of psychological transformation he prescribes. Only people of certain races. Here's a quote from Nietzsche's book, Beyond Good and Evil. A capacity for philosophy, taking that word in its great sense, one has only by virtue of one's origins. One's ancestors, one's blood, decide here, too. Here's a quote from his book, The Gay Science. Behind the highest value judgments that have hitherto guided the history of thought, there are concealed misunderstandings of the physical constitution, of individuals or classes, or even whole races. All those bold insanities of metaphysics, especially answers to the question about the value of existence, may always be considered, first of all, as the symptoms of certain bodies. So here, Nietzsche is saying that your values, the things that we are supposed to transform, comes down to what race you are, which he thinks is a biological category. It follows then that if you are a white Aryan, then you can value good things and you can transform yourself, whereas if you are pretty much anybody else, especially Jewish, then you are essentially morally, spiritually, and biologically diseased. Again, it's giving Hitler. It's giving Hitler, and also, not that this is the worst part of this by any means, but it's also pretty hypocritical. Nietzsche criticized Christianity for giving people a false story that stunts our critical development.
The fuck was
Here
that?
he is doing the exact same thing. I mean, all that stuff about magic blood and Chandala, that's all too. But, in the genealogy, Nietzsche also criticizes anti-Semites. Uh-oh! Secretly woke all along? Well, here's where we need some historical context. These days, anti-Semitism means anti-Jewish prejudice generally, but when Nietzsche was alive in Germany at the tail end of the 19th century, anti-Semites referred to a specific group of people. The anti-Semites, capital A, capital S. They were a political movement. They opposed equal rights for Jews, they wanted Jews to be deported, and they hated the German Liberal Party. Nietzsche did hate the anti-Semites, and he did criticize them publicly, but not because of any of that stuff. The real reason was much funnier and much more petty. Nietzsche's publisher was part of the anti-Semite movement, and we know from his private letters that Nietzsche thought his publisher wasn't selling enough of his books because he was spending too much time on that. So that's why he didn't like them. Also, Nietzsche's sister Elizabeth married a guy named Bernard Forster, who was big in the anti-Semite movement, and Nietzsche didn't like that Bernard was coming between him and his sister, so he criticized them for that. Elizabeth edited and published some of the books that now bear Nietzsche's name. So after World War II, there was a bit of an attempt to pin the anti-Semitic stuff on her. We're opening up a whole new frontier on the board now. Was Elizabeth woke? Elizabeth and her husband Bernard were big into the anti-Semite movement. In 1887, they moved to Paraguay to start a racially pure Aryan colony away from Jews. Bernard killed himself. Score one for the Jews, I guess. And after that, Elizabeth comes back to Germany to take care of her brother, who by that point had gone insane. Elizabeth lived for another 3 decades managing the Nietzsche archive. She was a big fan of Mussolini and also of Hitler. Hitler's really like tying this whole board together. All roads just lead directly to Hitler. It's like a History Channel documentary. Whilst Elizabeth was managing the Nietzsche archive and doing all that editing and publishing, she may have engaged in some light forgery and also prevented the publication of certain materials. So that's where this idea comes from that, oh, actually she was behind all the anti-Semitic stuff. However, the material that Elizabeth forged was more personal than political. Basically, she tried to make it seem like she and her brother were closer towards the end of his career than they really were, and that's about it. At least according to American scholar Robert Hulb and his book Nietzsche's Jewish Problem. So the anti-Semitic stuff, that wasn't invented by somebody else. That's all original. Nietzsche did believe that Jews were racially inferior. He thought they were an immoral and corrupting influence on society, and he saw the Jewish question, i.e., what are we going to do with all these Jews, as a legit political issue. He wavered a bit on his preferred answer to that, but I mean, there's not really a good answer there, is there? It's giving Hitler? 1933, the Nazis get elected. Elizabeth probably voted Hitler, though there's no way of knowing for sure. But in a letter she wrote from the same year, she said that she liked Hitler, but didn't approve of all the anti-Semitism stuff, which she blamed on Joseph Goebbels. Incredible. Well, obviously I don't approve of all of his extreme rhetoric on social issues, but I've got to defend my money against the communists, so yeah, I voted for Hitler. He's going to make Germany strong again. Hitler gave Elizabeth a whole bunch of money to manage the Nietzsche archives. Elizabeth dies of old age in 1935. Hitler came to her funeral, and that colony in Paraguay is still there. According to this New York Times article that I found from 2013, it is now a pretty normal, just normal town of about 6,000 Paraguayan people. Congratulations to the Aryan master race on that stunning achievement. I really don't think it's looking good for Friedrich Nietzsche. I mean, he was really racist, he was really anti-Semitic, he didn't like women, he didn't like equality, he didn't like democracy, he openly approved of eugenics. I'm loading the cancel gun. Could we mount a last-minute defense for woke Nietzsche? Could we say, it was a different time, you know? People back then, they didn't know racism was bad. Wokeness.
They really didn't. Not until 2025.
Prevent Bernie Sanders from becoming president. But here's the thing. Some people
What is
back
that?
then
Where
didn't
am
know
I?
racism
Oh
was
man, I
bad.
went all the way to K6.
They were called racial minorities, and they weren't listened to.
I like that house.
Because of all the racism. Checkmate. I don't know. In all seriousness, though, I just don't think we do ourselves any favors by pretending that this stuff isn't in the text. But it's now time to open the envelope and find out the answer. Here we go. Oh man. Oh jeez. It's gonna say he's not woke. It's gonna say not woke. I put so much money on woke. Oh my god. Oh my god. Surprise! I'm not here to cancel Friedrich Nietzsche. He's been dead for, like, what, 120 years? He's already been cancelled by pneumonia. We can't acknowledge all of the wild racist stuff that he said whilst still getting something out of the good bits. I mean, clearly. But the reason I frame things this way is that there's this whole genre of content on YouTube now that is dedicated to telling you whether things are woke or unwoke. I mean, like video games and movies and, oh my god, Star Wars, So many grown men are so angry about woke Star Wars, especially since I was in it. So much of the media cycle now is this like woke, anti-woke clash. The philosopher Wendy Brown says that this woke versus anti-woke, like DEI moral panic, is a symptom of cultural nihilism. It's a sign that values are losing their value. Everything has become commercialized, even ethics, which is just reduced to branding, to content. So how do we fight this? Something's gone wrong with society. We've gone off the rails. We're valuing the wrong things. How do we combat this cultural nihilism? Well, do you know who is actually fighting cultural nihilism? The MAGA movement. They're actually some of the only people who are even talking about it. So that's what we are going to talk about. Next time, was Nietzsche MAGA? You can see that video right now, ad-free and uncensored, by clicking the link in the description and going to Nebula. Not only do all of my videos get posted to Nebula early, but you can also get Nebula originals there, like documentaries and short films that you can't get anywhere else. The YouTuber Tom Nicholas recently made a documentary called Boomers about why so many people in charge of politics are really, really old. You can find that exclusively on Nebula. Last year, I made a short film about vampires called Dracula's Ex-Girlfriend. You can find that there too. Nebula is owned collectively by the creators who are on it. I own part of Nebula's parent company. That's why I trust them and why I don't accept sponsorships from anyone else. If you click that link in the description, then you get a discount and I get a cut of your subscription. That is the way that deal works. So if you click that link, you'll not only get early access to awesome ad-free content and exclusive content, you'll be supporting a really genuinely cool collective media project that is quite unlike anything else on YouTube right now. That's all from me. Catch you next time. Come on, Hitler.
Why are we listening to classical music?
Hello guys and welcome back to Steak and Eggs. Happy Friday. This is episode 84. I'm Emmy. I'm joined with Lack and Asman, and a lot of stuff's been going on this past week. I hosted a Chinese New Year party and Asman actually left the house for it. He was like 2 hours late or something, but I mean, it's nice that you came out at all.
Yeah, not only did you leave the house, but you went out with us more afterwards. I wasn't expecting that.
Yeah,
Neither was
a big group. Yeah, we went to karaoke and shit, and it was nice. Yeah, I feel like
we had like 20 people in that one fucking little tiny ass room. Oh my god, everything was so loud, and I swear to God,
I thought it was great, bro.
They
I
played
loved it.
this song.
Screaming.
I'm gonna say it. They played this song, System of a Down, Chop Suey.
Chop Suey.
They let out the fucking demons.
Yup.
You started singing that song.
Yeah. When the crescendo hits for Chop Suey, we all start screaming, "Father, Father!" I saw System sing that song 3 weeks after the album was released at the Fillmore, along with Static X and Seven Dust and Rammstein. And I really love System of a Down. I don't know how to fix this game. It's a good game, but I don't think it's I don't think it has needs something like that. Beyond farming. I'm back. Good. There's no name on these, so I don't know what they are. Oh, there. Is that it? Oh, that is it. Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't know what it was. I was like, what the hell are these? I don't know what they are. Well, that's a bad system. Ah. Okay, well. Okay, so then this is a muddy stone floor. What did I think? Stone floor. So, oh, okay, it is. Okay, it is the right thing. It's just not giving me the right snap or whatever. That's how that works, really? Stone floor. Half birch floor. Half dirty stone floor. Stone roof. Oh, here we go. I found it. No, you're right. I thought, don't think stealing is good. I'm trying to. An artist myself. Yeah, I'm trying to look at the dev's perspective. Unity. Theft is theft. It sucks. I don't have a high opinion of. Not cheap. Not worth shooting for. I'm not dev. Skin's still live. Okay. Yeah, lawsuit. Down the line, too. The lawyers will let the game farm money before they strike. You know, lawyers. Probably my money, too. Joy. this was fun. Oh my god. Well, at least I learned. I learned from the mistake. I just learned that that game company stole skins from Unity, which to me is like, if I know that, I'm not going to play the game. You understand? I'm gonna uninstall it too. Watch. No, I believe him too. I believe him. It's weird. You get an inside look. This guy did me a favor. They were like, somebody who actually loves these games. They had a good concept, but there was a lot of problems. There was too many problems. Yep.
Like crazy, like some kind of fucking horror movie.
No, theft is theft, and there's a lawsuit down the line. It's dumb. I'm not going to help them grind on a theft basis. I don't believe in software developers stealing. I scream about software developers every day. You know that I do. I scream about software developers fucking stealing all the fucking time. I'm going to get out of the channel. It's fucking annoying. I'm going to get out of this channel now. I don't think I was ever in this channel. But yeah, I did the Quimfall deep dive. I took you guys there. I believe that guy. I know what he's saying. Yeah, no, I'm an artist too. And that's weird. It's weird. It's weird, the stuff that's going on in the industry. I hate feeling like I'm part of this. Let's go to Once Human. Yeah, we'll go to Once Human. And that's fine. I doubt Once Human's going to get sued for anything soon. At least not, I mean, no, I don't think so. I'd rather go to the Gotcha Empire where they protect my fucking interests. Or no, I'll play, what time is it? It's 1:32 in the morning. Yeah, how long have I been doing this? It's, yeah, 8 hours. Yeah, I probably could play about 3 hours of Fortnite and 3 hours of Rivals, but yeah, we'll do some Fortnite. Fuck it, I'll play some Fortnite. How's that? We'll play some Fortnite. I don't care. I'm not going to Once Human. I'm going to Fortnite. Fuck it. Fortnite. There we go. Like, what the fuck, man? You're just like chugging along, and they're like, "Why are you playing this game?" And I was like, because I like it." And they were like, "Are you aware that they've stolen assets?" And I was like, "No, I'm not aware that they've stolen assets, but I like the concepts." And they were like, "Yeah, they stole some cape from the Unity store." And I was like, "Well, but I don't like Unity. I've been fucked by Unity before, and I would rob Unity if I could." Wait, no, I can't do this. Go back. This was not my game. I'm terribly sorry. I gotta pee. I'll be right back. Yeah, I'll finish the story, though. So this guy named Galleon, who was just talking to me in the fucking chat, you guys probably couldn't fucking see it, but anyways. And he was like, "Yeah, this company stole assets from Unity." And I was like, "Okay, well, theft is theft. And I'm sure that the lawsuit is coming, and I'm sure that the lawyers are waiting while they wait for the fucking company to farm money, and I'm sure that money is mine." And then I was like, "Well, okay, thanks for telling me. See ya." That's literally the fucking verbatim what I said. And then I logged off the game. I uninstalled it because I don't like developers who steal. I don't like developers who steal. How much time did I put into this game? 64 hours. You know, I think that's okay. I don't think that's that bad. That's about what a good playthrough is on a single player game or whatever, for me. On normal. A normal playthrough for me is like 6 to 13 hours, something like that. So, yeah, like